just trying to find out what courtroom he's in and I'll go down.
Okay. That's why I got in. It's something in another life.
No.
Make the world hate me. That's true. So we're gonna get on the record. Mr. Hiles is filling the world's largest water bottle, apparently. He's been gone for.
One of his witnesses right now.
Well, we've got a prosecutor in here. So, Ms. Rivers, let's get on the record in State versus Pittman and Sanders. The defendants are not in the courtroom yet. Just want to make sure if there's anything the lawyers need to bring up, then we'll bring the two defendants out here. Anything from the state, Ms. Olivier?
Your Honor, Mr. Hiles stated this morning that he had a security concern regarding the live YouTube stream that's going on. Apparently, there have been some Instagram or other social media messages where other folks are posting about the trial online.
Okay.
Other than that, I don't believe there is.
Okay, you've got witnesses ready for this morning?
The doctor was supposed to be here at 9. She's en route. Is she here?
We'll just start with Deputy Warren.
We'll
Great.
start with someone else.
Okay, anything else you want to get on the record, either with the defendants or without the defendants? They're not in court right now because you said there was something you wanted to bring up, but we wanted Mr. Hoover here.
And Mr. Hoover knew about it. I just wanted the court to be aware that there are postings depicting the defendants and the proceedings going on in courtroom that are floating around on the Instagrams. Some of the folks posting are, not the nicest folks that I want posting
Okay.
their faces everywhere.
I don't know what to do about that, other than that there is a watermark on the feed that says do not duplicate. So if you figure out who it is, we could always bring them in and I could talk with them about that. But I'm not aware of a reason because of the nature of the testimony of anyone, a child victim or confidential information, that we ought to close the public off from the proceedings. But I appreciate you flagging that. If it escalates, let me know and we'll consider it. Mr. Hoover, anything before we bring Mr. Sanders out?
Nope, just want to make sure it didn't come from Mr. Sanders or Mr. Pittman.
Yeah, that would be impressive. Not unheard of, but that would be impressive, given where they're spending their nights. Mr. Brown, anything before we bring your client out?
No.
Okay, let's bring the defendants out, please.
You would have heard me from much sooner.
You're right.
Would y'all like to go over the updated exhibit list before we bring the jury out?
I don't know, go over it, but I'd like it. But let's get the defendants out here before we do anything else. All right, we now have Mr. Sanders here and Mr. Pittman. Mr. Hiles, you have a revised exhibit list for us?
I hadn't made copies. I've got the
I'm sorry, I didn't hear what you said.
I've got the additions that I've made. I didn't type this one out this time.
Okay.
Um,
So then I'm not sure what, you're just gonna tell us what's coming up?
yes.
Is it lots of numbers? Because it's kind of a pain to write it down as opposed to you type it up and give it to us. How many numbers do you have? Separate entries. You may have a single entry that's 468 through 900, but that's just one entry.
So with this witness, it's just going to be 469 and 470. And there's a box that is containing one box 469 contains a 9mm Taurus and a Glock 357.
2 guns in one box?
2 guns in one box.
Okay.
And then 470, it will be a 40 caliber Glock.
All right. Anything else?
Not with this witness, no.
Okay. Anything else we need to talk about before we bring the jury in?
Not to my knowledge.
Mr. Hoover, anything on behalf of Mr. Sanders?
No, Your Honor, we're ready to go.
All right. Good morning, Mr. Sanders. Mr. Brown, anything on behalf of Mr. Pittman? All right. Good morning, Mr. Pittman. Do you want to grab some water or are you good? Okay. Okay. All right, let's bring the jurors in, please.
This says the updated power. Larissa. This says the updated PowerPoint, but it's not. Thank you.
You need it with him? That, or do you want me to take it? Are you gonna handle that?
All right,
469, 470.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Happy Thursday. We continue on with the state's case. Mr. Hiles, please call Thursday's first witness.
The state would call Deputy Warren, Clayton County.
Who turns that off each night? Do you come in here and do that? Deputy Warren is here today.
Yeah, he was right up. I just told him we were calling. He's right here.
Let's bring him in. Good morning, sir.
Good morning. Raise your hand. You swear affirm that testimony you will be able to do the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. So may I see. State and spell your name for the record.
My name is Brandon Warren, BRANDON WARREN.
Good morning, Deputy Warren. How are you?
I'm good. How you doing today, sir?
Fine, thank you. Where are you currently employed?
Clayton County Sheriff Office,
Okay. And how long have you been employed there?
off and on, almost 4 years.
Off and on, almost 4 years. Okay. And how long have you been in law enforcement?
A little over 7 years.
Okay. Are you post certified?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And how long have you been post certified?
since December 2016.
Okay. And you said off and on Clayton County Sheriff's Office. What are those dates of the on and then off and on?
I was originally there from December 2018 to June 2021, and I've been back since January 2024 until now.
Okay. And what was your reason for the break?
Other employment opportunities.
Okay. And what was your what's your title now?
I'm a lieutenant over the burglary auto theft unit.
Okay. And what was your title prior to leaving?
Can you repeat?
What was your title prior to leaving?
I was a supervisor on traffic patrol division, and I was also a supervisor on the tactical patrol division.
You
So
say-
what patrol?
Tactical patrol,
Tactical patrol.
Yes,
What does that mean?
more of a crime suppression team.
And were you employed on October 21st, 2020?
Yes, sir.
And what was your, were you working that day?
Yes, sir.
And did you have a chance to come in contact with an Antonio Sanders and a Keandre Baker?
Yes, sir.
Okay. What led to that contact?
We was contacted by the South Fulton Police Department in reference, they had observed Mr. Sanders enter a vehicle, advised that he had several warrants. I was able to run Mr. Sanders' name through GCIC, NCIC, and seeing that he had several warrants from several different.
Okay, I'm gonna stop you there. What is GCIC and NCIC?
It's the information base that shows driver license. It shows vehicle registrations. It shows if a person has a warrant or if anything is stolen.
Okay. And based off that information, what did you do?
So
When you learned of that information, what did you do next?
we conducted a traffic stop on the vehicle.
Okay. What vehicle did you conduct a
It
traffic
was
stop of?
a Honda Accord. It was the vehicle that was said that Mr. Sanders was observed getting in.
Okay. Did you personally observe him getting in that?
No, sir.
Okay. Did you see him drive? Who was driving that vehicle?
I believe it was Mr. Sanders' mother.
Okay. And what ultimately transpired after you stopped the vehicle?
We made contact with the rear two passengers. I was on the passenger side. I advised both gentlemen to stop moving their hands. Both gentlemen did have a crossbody bag on them. We was able to take Mr. Baker.
All right, let's stop there. I'm
Just ask your next question.
okay. What do you mean by a crossbody bag?
A crossbody bag is a bag that goes across your body.
Okay.
It's usually almost similar to a fanny pack, but it's wore across your like one shoulder across your body.
Okay. And why did you ask them to stop moving their hands?
Due to the warrants that Mr. Sanders had for officer safety, not knowing if they had a firearm or not.
Okay. All right. After you advised them to stop moving their hands, what did you do next?
I had the rear seat passenger behind the front seat passenger exit the vehicle.
Okay. And who was that person?
Mr. Keandre Baker.
Okay. And how did your interaction with Mr. Baker proceed?
When Mr. Baker exited the vehicle, his bag hit my arm. I felt a heavy metal object. At that time, I asked Mr. Baker what his name was. Mr. Baker provided Keandre Baker, and I already knew that Mr. Baker was a juvenile. I did a pat down of the bag. I was able to articulate that it was a firearm inside of the bag.
Okay. It was a firearm inside. And what did you do with those? Did you take possession of those firearms?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you recall what types of, how many firearms were in the bag?
2.
Okay. And do you recall what types of firearms were in the bag?
Both of them were Glocks.
Both were Glocks. Okay. So. I'm approaching with states exhibits number 470 and 469. And just so everyone knows, these have been cleared by the Sheriff's Department. What is contained inside of box 470?
470.
The little white stickers that, I know there are about 900 stickers on it. The little white ones have the numbers that we're talking about.
In box 470 is going to be a Glock 27.
Okay. And will you open that box, please? Okay. And what caliber is that firearm?
So 40 caliber.
Okay. And do you recognize that firearm is the firearm that you took off of Mr. Keandre Baker?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time, the state would move State's Exhibit 470 into evidence.
Mr. Hoover, any objection to states 470?
No objection, Your Honor.
Okay, Mr. Brown?
No objection, Your Honor.
470 is admitted.
And State's Exhibit 469, what do you see located inside of that box?
It's also going to be a Glock 31 and a Taurus G2C firearm.
Okay. What is the Glock 31? What's the caliber?
It's a 357.
Okay. And who did you take the possession of the Glock 31 from?
Keandre Baker.
Okay. Now, was Mr. Sanders, Antonio Sanders, present in that car as well?
Yeah, yes, sir.
Okay. And where was Mr. Sanders sitting?
Mr. Sanders was sitting behind the driver of the vehicle.
Okay. And did you take Mr. Sanders into custody?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And where or did you do any sort of pat downs or did you find any weapons on him?
Yes, Mr. Sanders was in possession of the Taurus G2C firearm,
Okay. And what caliber is that?
9mm.
Okay. And is that the 9mm that is present in the box that is labeled State's Exhibit number 469?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would tender State's Exhibits 469 into evidence.
Okay, is there a way you're gonna distinguish the two firearms within that box for evidentiary purposes? I think they're both gonna come in. I'll see if there are objections, but is there gonna be a 469 A or B, or it's not gonna need to get to that level for the record? It would just be the Glock that is in 416.
I think it's they're distinguished between caliber and make and model.
Okay.
So I don't find it necessary to do it that way.
All right, we'll do it your way for now. Mr. Hoover, any objection to states 469?
May I ask one question?
Of course.
Lieutenant Warren, are you the one that put those two firearms in that box and sealed it?
I'm not going to say as far as this box. No, sir, we didn't put it in this box, no.
So the state asked you if those are the weapons that were taken from the two suspects. If you didn't put them in those boxes, how can you look at those specific weapons and say, yes, those are the ones I took back in 2020?
Because each firearm has a red tag, and on the red tag, I identified my handwriting that's on the red tag.
Perfect. No objection, Your Honor.
Yeah, you couldn't see where you were seated, but there are like 900 labels inside the box too.
Okay. Yeah, I was trying to see it on the screen.
Yeah. No.
No objection.
Great. Mr. Brown, any objection to the admission of 469?
Objection, Your Honor.
Okay. And additionally to that.
So they're admitted.
Oh, thank you.
Sure.
Additionally to labels that you placed on there, do those firearms, do they contain serial numbers?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And did you denote when you admitted those firearms in your report, the serial numbers that you submitted to
Yes,
yes, wherever you submit that?
Yes,
Okay. All right. So what were your next steps after encountering Mr. Sanders?
Mr. Sanders was then, we took Mr. Sanders' cell phone and the firearm. Mr. Sanders was ultimately released to the South Fulton Police Department.
Okay. Why'd you send him to South Fulton?
They was working a case on him. They had warrants, more serious.
Okay. And who did you give the cell phone to?
To the Atlanta Police Department.
Okay. And did you give that phone directly to the Atlanta Police Department?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Mr. Baker, did you take a cell phone from Mr. Baker?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And what did you do with that particular phone?
The phone was also given to the Atlanta Police Department.
Okay. Did you ever take out warrants for that cell phone with Mr. Baker?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And who assisted you in the extraction of that particular phone?
Investigator Safe Jack.
Okay. Thanks. Now, did you charge Mr. Baker with anything?
Yes, sir.
Okay. What did you charge him?
With possession of firearm by minor and theft by receiving.
Okay. We'll move forward. And do you, the Antonio Sanders that you arrested that day, do you see him in court here today?
Yes, sir.
Could you identify him by where he is sitting and articles of clothing that he's wearing?
He's sitting in front of me, dark skinned male with a black jacket and blue shirt.
Okay. Please let the record reflect that the officer has identified Antonio Sanders as the person he arrested that day.
He has.
Okay. Let's move forward. Did you ever have a chance?
Well, I have a question. If you're moving away from the arrest,
Okay.
are you?
I was going to, yes.
You may, but let me ask a question first then. And you may have said it, Lieutenant Warren, I didn't follow or I missed it. Did you describe where on Mr. Sanders's person the Taurus was? Because you mentioned they're both wearing whatever you called it, man bags.
It was inside of the bag.
It was just like with Mr. Brown. Baker, just like Mr. Baker.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
All right. And did you ever have a chance to come in contact with Mr. Leandre Pittman?
Yes, sir.
Okay. What date was that? Do you recall?
I believe it was November 26th, 2020.
Okay. You sure?
It was Thanksgiving 2020.
Okay. And what led to your, or were you familiar with Mr. Pittman before your encounter with him?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, how were you familiar with Mr. Pittman?
During the different investigations in the Clayton County area, Mr. Pittman's name came up. Found a lot of stolen autos near where Mr. Pittman lived at.
Okay. And on this particular date, did you actually arrest Mr. Pittman?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And what did you arrest Mr. Pittman for?
Possession of Schedule II drugs, and I think financial card fraud.
What led to your arrest of Mr. Pittman?
We observed Mr. Pittman standing outside of 1951 Southampton Street, I believe, Building Z. We made a just consensual contact with Mr. Pittman. In the process, Mr. Pittman pulled out a cigar wrapper and a pill bottle, which I was able to read, see the name oxycodone on the pill bottle, and some of the wrapper was ripped off the pill bottle. At that time, Mr. Pittman was placed in custody.
Okay. And how did Mr. Pittman react when you placed him into custody?
Mr. Pittman started yelling, "Hey, come get my phone, come get my phone, call my mother."
Okay. So he was adamant to have somebody pick up his phone?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And were you able to get warrants for Mr. Pittman's phone?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And who helped you execute those warrants?
Fayette County Sheriff Office.
Okay. And you were familiar with the phone from that process, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then do phones have IMEI numbers?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And did we examine what's already been identified through previous, as it states in the 463? Did we examine this particular phone you got yesterday?
Yes, sir.
And this is. Okay, and were you able to identify what's been marked as State's Exhibit 463 as the phone that you took from Leandro Pittman?
Yes, sir.
Okay, Your Honor, at this time, the state would move State's Exhibit 463 into evidence. It was,
I thought it came in through Walsh.
the dump came in through Walsh.
Oh, but not the
I
phone.
identified the phone as the phone that he dumped.
Got it. So Walsh didn't get that in. He simply said, from it, I got an extract.
Yes, he was able to identify this as the phone that he extracted.
Okay.
So,
Understood. All right. So it's either doubly in or any objection to states 463, Mr. Hoover.
No objection.
Mr. Brown,
No objection.
it's admitted.
What did you do with Mr. Pittman after you arrested him? Did you follow up any encounters with him, or did you turn him over to any other agencies?
I know eventually he was turned over to the Fulton County Sheriff Office.
Okay. And the person that you took the phone from, Mr. Pittman, do you see Leandro Pittman in court today?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Can you please identify Leandro Pittman by where he is sitting in articles of clothing?
He's sitting towards my right, light blue shirt with a multicolored tie on.
Please let the record reflect that the witness has identified Leandro Pittman as the person that he arrested and took the phone from.
He has.
Okay. I have no further questions of this particular witness.
All right. Why don't we mix it up? Mr. Brown, do you have any questions for this witness? Unless you'd like going second, and I'm happy to start with Mr. Hoover.
I'd like to go second.
You all right with that, Mr. Hoover? You're not obligated to go first. Let this guy hide behind you. All right, you're up.
Lieutenant Warren, good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Sean Hoover and I represent Antonio Sanders.
Yes, sir.
So first, when you pulled the vehicle over, you said Mr. Sanders' mother was driving.
I believe it was his mother.
Okay, and Mr. Baker and Mr. Sanders were in the back.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Mr. Baker got out first, is that correct?
I got Mr. Baker out the vehicle.
Okay.
It was like a simultaneous, it's like at the same time thing. It was multiple officers on both sides of the vehicle.
Gotcha. So Baker comes out of one side, Sanders comes out of the other side.
Yes, sir.
All right. Mr. Sanders didn't try to run or take off or anything like that, right?
No, sir.
He didn't try to throw something, ditch something, hide something, anything like that.
No, sir.
So you said in Mr. Baker's crossbody bag, he had 2 firearms in there. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Now states 470. Can you pick that one up for me? Which gun is that again?
The Glock 27.
The Glock 27. And that was taken from Mr. Baker.
Yes.
And at some point after you received that gun, you found out that it was reported stolen. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. And then states 469. Which gun was Mr. Sanders?
The Taurus.
And that gun was not reported stolen. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. In Mr. Sanders' bag, you didn't find any stolen weapons in there, right?
No, sir.
You didn't find any fake IDs, credit cards, drugs, anything like that on him?
No, sir.
He didn't resist or anything like that? He calmly got arrested, went to the back of the car and got transported, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. Now, in regards to Mr. Baker, you said that you eventually charged him with 2 counts. Do you remember you charged him with a little more than that? You remember everything you charged him with?
I believe it was 2 counts of possession firearm by minor.
If I showed you a copy of your report, would that refresh your recollection?
Yes, sir.
Here are four, and it's on the. Take a look at that and let me know when you're ready to talk about it.
Yes, sir.
All right, so now do you remember what you charged Mr. Baker with?
Yes, sir.
Could you tell the jury what you charged Mr. Baker with?
Possession of firearm by convicted felon. 2 counts. 2 counts of possession of firearm by minor, and 1 count of theft by receiving stolen property.
And who was the other officer that got Mr. Sanders out of the vehicle?
I can't recall.
Did Mr. Sanders get in the back of your vehicle or was he transported by someone else?
By someone else.
But you don't remember who that person was?
No, sir.
Okay, no further questions, thank you. And can I get the report straight? Thank you, sir.
Mr. Brown?
Good morning, Lieutenant Warren.
Good morning, Mr. Brown.
So, Mr. Baker, as a juvenile, had already been convicted of 2 counts of possession of a firearm by a convicted felon. Has it already been charged at that time of possession of a firearm by a convicted felon?
I don't understand your question.
Okay, under cross-examination by Mr. Hoover, you testified that Mr. Baker had also been charged with 2 counts of possession of a firearm by a convicted felon.
Yes, sir.
So as a juvenile, he already had those 2 charges?
So as a juvenile, he already had a felony conviction, is what you mean to ask? Because the 2 charges are what this individual, the lieutenant, put on him.
Oh, okay. He already had 2 convictions.
I'm not sure if he had 2 convictions.
Okay, all right. What led you to suspect Mr. Pittman of anything?
Due to past investigations, Mr. Pittman was identified in multiple investigations.
And how did you locate Mr. Pittman?
He was standing outside of an apartment in 1951 Southampton. This is a hot spot where we found multiple stolen vehicles at.
So he was under surveillance.
No, he was found standing outside of an apartment.
The police just happened to come across him.
Well, we have target zones that we do a general patrol of every day. And 1951 Southampton happens to be one of them.
Okay. No weapon was found on Mr. Pittman, is that correct?
That they know.
That day, no. Any other day? Did you find a weapon on Mr. Pittman?
No, sir.
Okay. That's all I have. Thank you.
Any redirect?
No redirect.
Questions from the jurors? Yep. One second. Thank you.
Counsel?
Please.
Lieutenant, can you share with the jury again, please, the date as best you remember it of the stop of the Honda and the arrest of Sanders and Baker?
Say the date,
The date you pulled that Honda over.
October 21st, 2020.
And the driver of the car was,
I believe it was Mr. Sanders' mother. Can I refresh my?
sure. Why don't we have you refresh with, I think one of these guys has your report. Just want to make sure you're looking at the same thing everyone has.
The name is not in this one. It should be.
Okay, and even if you know the relationship or alleged connection between the driver and anyone.
I believe it's the mother to Mr. Sanders.
Okay, was there a passenger in the front seat?
I believe so.
Okay, so a total of 4 people in the car?
Yes, sir.
And Mr. Sanders, you said, was seated behind the person who you believe was his mother, the
Yes, sir.
driver. And then Mr. Baker was to the right of Mr. Sanders in the back seat.
Yes, sir.
In other words, behind the front seat passenger.
Yes, sir.
Did you or someone in your enforcement team interview the driver?
At one point in time, it wasn't me though.
Okay. And did you or someone on your team interview the front seat passenger?
Somebody on my team did.
Okay. Did Mr. Sanders get charged with anything by anyone on your team?
Yes, sir.
What?
Possession of a firearm by minor.
Okay. And then otherwise there were warrants from elsewhere.
Yes, sir.
The encounter you and others had with Mr. Pittman was when?
I believe it was November 26, 2020.
So same year, about a month later.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Hiles, do you have any questions that follow up on those?
No, I don't.
Mr. Hoover?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Brown?
Not to follow up on those, but if I may be able to ask, at least one more question.
Okay.
Lieutenant Warren, why did you need Fayette County to assist you in getting the search warrant for Mr. Pittman?
The Clayton County Sheriff's Office, we don't have the capabilities of extracting any information from cell phones.
Okay, that's good. Thank you.
Lieutenant, thank you for your time. Appreciate it. You are free to go. Mr. Hiles, if you'll collect those boxes,
Absolutely.
put them in a safe place.
Is it okay to keep the evidence or do you need to go somewhere?
Well, let's ask Ms. Rivers. Are you okay keeping those? Okay. Ms. Olivier, next witness.
Judge, the state calls Dr. Karen Sullivan.
Good morning, doctor. Come on up. Avoid the cables.
Like this is a test.
We're gonna have you walk backwards on that black strip.
Can you swear affirm that testimony you give is the whole truth?
You can just keep it right there.
Okay.
Not for her.
Will you state and spell your name for the record?
Karen Sullivan, KarenSullivan.
Good morning, doctor.
Good morning.
Can you tell the jurors how you're currently employed?
I'm the Chief Medical Examiner for the Fulton County Medical Examiner's Office here in Atlanta.
Okay, and please go ahead and tell the jurors, what are your duties as the Chief Medical Examiner?
Well, I have administrative oversight of the entire Medical Examiner's Office, and I also perform autopsies, as the other pathologists do in our office, on people who die of sudden, unexpected, or unexplained causes, people who die as a result of injury, either self-inflicted or inflicted by another person.
Can you describe your education and training?
I have a bachelor's degree in zoology from the University of North Carolina at Chapel Hill, and a master's degree in anatomy from the University of Georgia. And after getting my master's degree, I was a high school teacher here in Fulton County for about 5.5 years before going to medical school at Morehouse School of Medicine here in Atlanta. Then after finishing medical school, I did my residency in anatomic and clinical pathology at Emory University, and then an additional year of forensic pathology training at the Fulton County Medical Examiner's Office in conjunction with Emory.
Are you a licensed medical doctor?
Yes.
Okay. Are you a member of any professional boards or organizations in your field?
I'm a member of the National Association of Medical Examiners.
You mentioned the word pathology. Can you tell the jurors what that means?
Pathology means the study of disease or trauma on a person's body.
Okay. Now, what's forensic pathology?
Forensic pathology is specifically looking to determine cause and manner of death for sudden, unexpected, unexplained causes or the result of trauma.
You also mentioned the word autopsy. What does that mean?
Well, an autopsy is both an external and an internal examination of a person's body. The external examination is much like you would get when you go to your doctor's office, looking at a person's height and weight and any external evidence of natural disease or trauma. And then the internal examination, you're looking for the same things by examining the internal organs.
Approximately how many autopsies have you performed over the course of your career, doctor?
I've either performed myself or supervised approximately 4,000 autopsies.
Have you testified in court before as an expert witness?
I have.
Approximately how many times?
Approximately 100.
Okay, here in Fulton County Superior Court?
And once in Gwinnett.
At this time, Judge, we would tender Dr. Sullivan as an expert in forensic pathology.
Mr. Hoover, any objection to so qualifying Dr. Sullivan?
No objection, Your Honor.
Mr. Brown?
No objection.
Dr. Sullivan, for purposes of these proceedings, you are qualified as an expert in the field of forensic pathology.
Thank you.
Okay, Dr. Sullivan, I want to go over some terms with you, okay? Are you familiar with the term soot as it's applied to your field?
Yes.
What is that?
Well, when a gun is fired, in addition to the bullet exiting the muzzle of the gunpowder burns, and that's what propels the bullet down the muzzle and out the barrel of the gun. The gunpowder, when it's completely burned, makes soot, like ash that you get in the fireplace, and that can be deposited on a person's body.
What, if anything, would the presence of soot tell you?
Well, for most handguns, if there's not an intervening object between the person who shot and the muzzle of the gun, soot can be deposited on the person up to about 12 inches.
Are you familiar with the term stippling?
Yes.
What is that?
Well, stipplings are scrapes or abrasions in the skin created by burning and unburned gunpowder particles that strike the person's skin as the bullet is fired.
What, if anything, does the presence of stippling tell you?
Well, again, assuming no intervening object or clothing between the person that shot and the muzzle of the gun, stippling can appear between up to 3 feet from the person who is being shot and the muzzle of the gun.
Are you familiar with the term range of fire as it pertains to your field?
Yes.
What is that?
Well, range of fire means the presence or absence of soot or stippling on a person's body. And there are different ranges of fire based on whether or not soot or stippling is seen around the gun shot wound or on a person's clothing.
Can you tell us those?
Yes, there's contact, meaning that the muzzle of the gun is in contact with the person's body or a very short distance away. And in that case, you can see abrasion or scraping around the entrance wound due to the muzzle of the gun being in contact with the skin as the gun is fired. And in that case, you can see a small rim of soot around the wound or soot into the wound depths. With intermediate or medium range of fire, you can see stippling around the entrance wound because the gun is far enough away from the person who is shot that the soot has fallen away and doesn't have enough energy to reach the person's body, but the gunpowder particles still do. So up to about 3 feet from the person who's being shot and the muzzle of the gun, you may see stippling on the skin. After about 3 feet, neither the burning unburnt gunpowder particles or the soot have enough energy to really reach a person's body. And so in that case, you'll see neither soot nor stippling on the person's skin. And those injuries are called of indeterminate or distant range of fire.
Are you familiar with the term perforating?
Yes.
What does that mean?
Well, that means that there's both an entrance wound and an exit wound on the person's body. So the projectile entered the body and then exited the body.
What about penetrating?
Penetrating means that there's still a projectile inside the body. So there's an entrance wound, but not an exit wound.
Let's talk about the process that you go through to perform an autopsy. Can you just explain that for the jury?
Well, our day starts with a conference at about 8:30 in the morning where the investigators in our office discuss the previous day's cases that were reported to them, and the doctors who are on duty decide what kind of examination any particular person gets. Once the doctors have determined which cases they're going to do and what kind of examination will occur, then the forensic technicians in our office and the photographer will start by taking overall photos of the person's body as they are received in our office. And as the photographer is taking those photos, the doctor is also looking at the person's body, doing the external examination, making documentation of the external surfaces of the body. Once the doctor is ready, then he or she will request that the deceased person be washed so that the wounds can be photographed without blood or we call them clean photos so that you can see specifically what's going on with the wounds. And then after that documentation is finished with photographs, then the internal examination is performed where the forensic technician performs the evisceration or removal of the person's organs. And the doctor examines the organs to determine what natural disease or injuries may be present.
I want to turn your attention to October 20th of 2020. Did you perform an autopsy on the body of Lawrence Denny?
I did.
Where was that autopsy performed?
At the Fulton County Medical Examiner's Office.
Do you recall how old Mr. Denny was?
He was 73 years old.
Okay, and you mentioned photos. Photos were taken as a part of that autopsy?
Yes.
All right, Dr. Sullivan, I'm showing you what's been marked for identification purposes as States Exhibit 511 through 521. Go ahead and look at these pictures and tell me if you're able to recognize them. If you are, tell me how and what they are.
I do recognize them. They're copies of Mr. Denny's photographs that were taken during the course of the autopsy.
Are they fair and accurate copies of those photographs?
They are.
Do they appear to be altered or deleted, any changes in any way?
No.
At this time, we will tender 511 through 521.
Any objection, Mr. Hoover, to 511 through 521?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Brown, those photos are admitted.
Okay, so let's, can we pull up 511, please? Let's see your screen. Do you mind if I just reach over to your screen? There should be a little thing in the corner here. Do you see it like a pencil?
You can slide the whole thing. I have tried to move this just so.
Okay, perfect, perfect. And hopefully it's still red. There you go. Okay, and you've worked this before, right?
Yes.
Recircle, awesome, awesome. Okay, Dr. Sullivan, so on States 511, what are we seeing on 511?
This is a photograph of Mr. Denny's identification tag that has his name, his case number in the top right, which was 20-2227, his age, race, sex, the investigator's name, and the seal number of this red plastic seal that snaps the identification tag to the disaster bag.
Okay, so you just mentioned a disaster bag. Where is that?
The disaster bag is this bag here in the background.
Okay, so on States 511, is that how the body is received into the medical examiner's morgue?
Yes.
Going to States 512. Now, after the body bag or disaster bag is opened, what do we have here on States 512?
This is a photograph of Mr. Denny taken from his left-hand side as his body was received in the office.
Okay. Would there have been anything removed from the body, or this is exactly how it came out of the bag?
This is how he's in the bag.
Going to 513. What's depicted on 513?
This is a similar picture from his right-hand side.
Okay. Going to 515. All right, what's this picture here on 515, Dr. Sullivan?
This is an overall photograph taken of Mr. Denny after his clothing has been removed from his left-hand side.
I'm sorry, this, the PowerPoint went forward one. This is 515 right here. What's the depicted on 515?
This is Mr. Denny's facial identification photograph, and on his chest is a placard which has his case number. 20 means his death was reported in 2020, and his death was number 2,227 reported to our office that year.
Going to 516. So you mentioned in your previous testimony about the body being clean to remove any debris or any blood. What do we see here on 515?
This is an overall photograph of Mr. Denny taken from his left-hand side after his body has been cleaned and unclothed.
And 517?
Similar photo taken from his right-hand side.
And 518?
So here, this photograph is taken of Mr. Denny's head and upper chest, and there's a gunshot wound on the right side of his upper chest. Below it is a small adhesive ruler that contains his case number.
In your previous testimony, Dr. Sullivan, you mentioned two kinds of wounds, an entrance wound and an exit wound. Which one is this depicted in 518?
This is an entrance wound.
And how can you tell? Like, how are you able to tell the difference?
Well, in this case, this wound has a more punched out appearance and a more regular abrasion ring around it. The abrasion ring is created as the bullet scrapes the skin as it's entering the body. Exit wounds, on the other hand, tend to be slit-like because the bullet is piercing the skin from inside out and often do not have an abrasion ring around it. In Mr. Denny's case, he had what's called a short exit because the bullet caused the clothing on his back to strike his skin as it was exiting the body. But the punched out appearance, as opposed to the more slit-like appearance of the wound you'll see on the left side of his back, allows me to say that this is an entrance wound.
We go to the next one, states 519. Now, when photos are taken, do you take far away photos and also close up photos to properly see the wound in question?
Yes.
Okay, what do we see on 519?
So this is a closer view of the entrance wound, and the majority of the abrasion is here in the what I call the 12 o'clock, or excuse me, the 6 o'clock to 12 o'clock location. If you think of the wound as a clock, with this way being Mr. Denny's head, so that this side is 12 o'clock and this side is 6 o'clock, this abrasion is thicker in the 6 o'clock to 12 o'clock direction around the wound.
So we talked about the terms soot and stippling as it relates to range of fire. Were you able to find any soot or stippling on the entrance wound for Mr. Denny?
No.
Okay. So what was your determination regarding range of fire for this case?
That this wound is classified as an indeterminate or distant range of fire.
Okay, all right. Now, when this bullet entered Mr. Denny's body, Dr. Sullivan, what was the path that it took?
It went from front to back, right to left, and slightly downward.
And what damage did it do within the body?
Well, it went through his sternum or breastbone and the right second rib. It went through the middle lobe of his right lung, the pulmonary artery and the aorta, which are the two main blood vessels that leave the base of the heart, taking blood to the lungs to be oxygenated in terms of the pulmonary artery, and the aorta takes blood to the rest of the body to deliver oxygen. After passing through those structures, it went through both the upper and lower lobes of the left lung, and then out the left side of the rib cage and the left side of the back.
Sorry.
I'm sorry.
That
That created hemopericardium, which is blood around the heart itself, and hemothoraces on each side, which means blood around the lungs and the chest cavities.
You also mentioned the terms penetrating versus perforating. What kind of wound was this?
This was a perforating gunshot wound.
Okay, because there's an associated exit wound.
Correct.
Okay, going to 520. What do we see here on 520?
So this is the exit wound on the left side of Mr. Denny's back.
And going to 521. What do we see here on 521, Dr. Sullivan?
So this is a closer view of the exit wound, and there is some abrasion in this area created by the bullet causing the clothing to strike against Mr. Denny's back as it exited.
Were you able to come to a conclusion, an expert opinion regarding the manner of death in this case?
Yes.
Okay, and before we get there, how many manners of death are there?
In the state of Georgia, there are 5. There's natural, for example, someone has a heart attack or dies because of cancer. Their manner of death is due to natural causes. Accidents include people who fall and break their hips or are in a traffic accident or drug overdoses. Suicide means that a person took their own life. Homicide means that someone else took the life of another person. And then undetermined is used when there are competing manners of death, and the pathologist can't say for certainty that the death was due to one type of manner versus another.
What was your conclusion regarding the manner of death in this case?
Homicide.
Were you able to form an expert opinion as to the cause of death for Mr. Denny?
Yes.
And can you tell us what that was?
Gunshot wound of the chest.
That's all I have for you. Thank you.
Mr. Hoover, do you have questions for Dr. Sullivan?
Yes, Your Honor. I will be there. Okay, let me. Good morning, Dr. Sullivan.
Good morning.
So before you received the body, or I guess when you received the body, but before you actually did the autopsy, were you briefed by any of the officers that were on the scene?
Our investigator took the information from the officers on the scene, and then that investigator presented the information to us.
Okay. When your investigator presented that information, were any pictures of the scene presented along with that information?
I believe there were, yes.
Okay. And did you look at the pictures or go over the pictures before you started the autopsy?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Now, in this case, because this was a perforating wound, that means you didn't pull a bullet out of the body, correct? Because it went in and out?
That is correct.
Right. So there was nothing from the autopsy that you could like pull out and give to the officers to match to a particular gun in this case?
That is correct.
All right. Now, you use 2 words that to me, they have 2 different meanings, but you put them together. So you said the shot in the chest was indeterminate distant. So I know what indeterminate means. I know what distant means, but it seems like you put those together. Correct me if I'm wrong, so I'm clear. When I see this, it means indeterminate. You can't determine. In distant means it was further than 3 feet. Is that fair to say?
That is fair.
Okay, so the shooter was further than 3 feet, but you can't determine how far.
Correct, because of the possibility of an intervening object.
Gotcha. So after conducting your autopsy, you can't determine how tall the shooter was, can you?
I cannot.
You can't determine if the shooter was right-handed or left-handed, can you?
I cannot.
You can't determine where the shooter actually was, can you?
I cannot.
No further questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Brown, do you have any questions for Dr. Sullivan?
Maybe one, Your Honor.
Maybe not one?
Depends on the response that I get.
Okay, well, I hope it's a good response.
Okay. Good morning, Dr. Sullivan.
Good morning.
Dr. Sullivan, were you subsequently given any information as to the caliber of the bullet that caused the perforating wound to Mr. Denny?
Not that I'm aware of, no. I don't know if that might have been mentioned in the investigative summary, if a bullet was found at the scene, but I do not remember that.
One question. Thank you.
All right, you're on a tear. Ms. Olivia, any redirect?
No, Judge.
Okay, questions from the jurors? No? Dr. Sullivan, thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Did you get your bionic knee yet or not yet?
I did.
You did?
Get my bionic knee.
Excellent.
Yeah.
Can you jump from there to where Mr. Hiles is?
No, I never could though.
Okay.
I'll count that as easy.
All right. Mr. Hiles, next witness.
We can call Sergeant Patton from Fayette County.
Okay.
I'm sorry, who were you calling?
Sergeant Patton. Right now? Okay. All right. Sergeant Patton shouldn't come in yet. We're gonna take a quick break.
Okay.
But hold on. Let me do one thing. All right, but you can hear this. We're gonna take an early morning break. Our lunch break has to start at about 12:05, 12:10. We have our monthly judges meeting that I have to go to. So that's when we'll break then, but we're gonna take our morning break a little early. Let's go use the restroom, whatever you need to do, and I'll try to have Deputy Gordon corral you in about 10 minutes. Don't talk about the case, no outside research. Enjoy your break.
All right, for
All right, Mr. Hiles, anything before the break?
No, Your Honor.
I have a request. I think it'll be mostly for the state. If you have a witness coming up who is going to be going through lots of pictures, if you could slide the pictures across before with a number of witnesses, and we may be past them now, but in particular with J-Law, there were these long breaks while Mr. Hoover had a chance to flip through the pictures and Mr. Brown. They're not new pictures. They get a chance to flip through them, but if we could do that in advance, that would be super.
These are most likely going to be the witness after next, but.
Great. Over the break, they can look at them. Then they can't say we never saw that. Mr. Hoover, anything before we break?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Brown? All right, let's break. Thank you. I'll mute the microphone. All right, let's go back on the record in State versus Pittman and Sanders. Mr. Hiles, you ready for the jury?
Yes, Your Honor.
You've got poor Sergeant Patton right there by the door.
Should get him.
Okay, great. Mr. Hoover, are we ready for the jury?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Brown, let's bring him in, please.
All right, the jury.
All right, thank you, Deputy Gordon. Everyone else should take their seats. And Mr. Hiles, let's try again with Sergeant Patton.
The state would call Sergeant Patton from Fayette County.
All right, this time it's official, Sergeant. Come on up.
Thanks, sir.
Can you raise your right hand? You swear affirm that the testimony you will give, the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth.
I do, sir.
Can you state and spell your name for the record?
Yes, sir. It's Sergeant Clint Patton, CLINT, PATTON.
Okay. Sergeant Patton, where are you currently employed?
Fayette County Sheriff's Office.
How long have you been employed there?
15 years.
What is your current job title?
I am a sergeant over criminal investigations.
Okay. And how long have you been in that particular capacity?
As a sergeant, for 5 years.
5 years, okay. So were you in criminal investigations prior to?
Yes, sir, I was.
Okay. And how long have you been in law enforcement?
19 years.
Okay. And are you post-certified?
I am, sir.
And have you been post-certified your entirety of your career in law enforcement?
Yes, sir.
All right. I'll just jump right into it. Did you have the chance to investigate a particular group of individuals called 5275?
Yes, sir, I did.
Okay. And what led you to that particular investigation?
Yes, sir. In the summer of 2020, around June 1st, we were investigating in Fayette County, we were investigating over 44 different internautos, stolen cars, within a month's time frame. We actually have cameras that are throughout the county that's called flock cameras. They actually get the tag numbers of cars. We had a stolen Dodge pickup truck that exited the county. And in front of it was a Kia. Hang on just a second. I can't remember what kind of car it was.
Okay, so I'll remind you. So please, if you need to refresh your memory, let me know, and we'll give you an opportunity to look at your report.
All right.
Have you assured that the report that Sergeant Patton has is the same report that was produced in discovery?
Was the form? It's his long affidavit. Okay. Yeah. Okay.
We good? Okay, so just to recap, you are free to refer to, it sounds like it's an affidavit to a warrant you did, that is your resource. But just make clear for the record, you hear the question first, and if it's, hey, I need to refer to my report, affidavit, whatever you're gonna call it, just say that, and then we'll know on the record, if this is being reviewed in the future, hey, he was looking down at his report, which will be part of the record, and we'll go from there. Okay, thanks.
Okay. So let's get back. What was leading you to that investigation?
We had over 44 different either internados or stolen cars in the county of Fayette County.
Okay. And how did you zero in on this particular group?
So we received a call. May I refresh the date?
If you need to, take a look and then look at me once you're done.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. So June 1st, 2020 is when our Dodge pickup truck was stolen. Inside the flock cameras that picked up the vehicle leaving the county, there was a Kia that was following in front of it. I noticed on the flock cameras that are throughout other agencies that those two cars stay together the whole time. We ran that tag for the Kia. It came back to a Jabria Brown. I then put a lookout for that car to our special operations unit. They located that car on July 1st, I believe. If I can refresh that date for you.
Sure.
It was July 4th, I'm sorry.
Okay.
They conducted a traffic stop on that vehicle, and when they stopped that vehicle, 4 subjects exited the vehicle and took off running.
Okay. And did anyone remain in the vehicle?
Yes, sir. The driver of the vehicle, which was Jabria Brown.
Okay. And was that person interviewed?
Yes, sir, they were.
Okay. And from that interview, were you provided Instagram names?
Yes, sir, I was.
Okay. And what happened after you were given the particular Instagram handles from that individual?
At that point, I met with a Fayette County Superior Court judge, and he issued a search warrant for Instagram on their handles.
Well, was there investigation? So this was July, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Was there any investigation with the names that were provided to you? Did you investigate, continue your investigation?
Yes, sir. We were provided those names, and we continued our investigation. We had another detective by the name of Detective Zai that was following some of these guys on Instagram, and that's how we obtained, I think, the last 2 names.
Okay. And did you, over the course of, when did you end up applying for the warrants?
October 21st, 2020.
Okay. And so in between the times when you applied for the warrants and the time you first received the information of the Instagram handles, did you continuously observe what was going on with those individuals?
Yes, sir. We had, during that time, we had 20 more internados or cars stolen. So we
Okay.
continued to investigate.
Okay. And what were the particular Instagram handles of note that you went to retrieve the information from?
May I refresh?
If you need to, yes.
Okay, I'm ready.
Okay. Start with the first name, Instagram handle. Can you tell us what that one was?
Little Tay 5.
Okay. And how is that spelled?
LUHTAYYY 5.
Okay. And what was the next Instagram handle that you obtained?
Free the Gang.
Okay.
Spelling FREETHA_GANG.
Okay. What was the next Instagram handle that you obtained?
Little Heads 2GZ.
Okay. How was that spelled?
LUHHEAD 2GZ.
Okay. And what was the final Instagram that you obtained?
2GZ Lil Max.
Okay. And what's the process that you go through to obtain a warrant from Instagram?
So I have to write an affidavit, do an application, go meet with a Superior Court judge face to face, tell him what my affidavit is about, and then the judge sees fit if there's probable cause.
Okay. If you get the warrant signed, how do you obtain or once you get the warrant signed, how do you obtain that particular information from Instagram that you're seeking?
Instagram is owned by Facebook. So back then, it was Facebook. Now it's Meta. There's a portal that you go to, a law enforcement portal, and you have to upload that document to Instagram or Facebook.
Okay. And once those records, what sort of records were you seeking in this particular instance?
All the stories, any chats, pictures, things of that nature.
Okay. Did you include the specific information you were seeking in your warrant?
Yes, sir.
Could you take a second to refresh your memory and
Yes,
see the specific information you were requesting?
Okay, sir.
And what was the specific information that you were seeking?
We were looking for a Taurus Judge 45 caliber firearm. We were looking for a Black Hawk 41 caliber firearm. Any pictures that would pertain to any of the vehicles that were stolen. And any communication between all the subjects on their stories or in their messages.
Okay. And are these all common practices or common types of information sought in these types of investigations?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time, I am presenting to the court State's Exhibit 493, which is a self-authenticating record of 2G Z Max. I am presenting to the court.
So Instagram information?
Yes, this is the Instagram returns
Okay.
of 2GZ Low Max, along with the letter of authenticity.
Okay.
I am presenting to the court State's Exhibit 494, which is the Instagram returns of Law Head, as along with the letter of authenticity. I am also presenting to the court State's Exhibit 495, which is the self-authenticating Instagram returns of Free the Gang, as well as the certificate of authenticity. And I am presenting State's Exhibit 496, which is the self-authenticating Instagram returns of La Tay 5, along with the certificate of authenticity. And at this time, I would move to tender all of State's Exhibit 493 through 496 into evidence.
Mr. Hoover, any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
Mr. Brown?
No objection.
They are all admitted.
Okay. That is all I have for this particular witness.
Mr. Brown, do you have any questions for Sergeant Patton?
Yes, Your Honor. Good morning.
Good morning, sir.
So the Kia, what type of Kia was it?
Yeah, may I refresh?
Yes.
I'm sorry. Optima, I'm sorry.
Optima. Was it reported as stolen?
No, sir.
So tell me again the basis for stopping this Kia?
We gave them a lookout for that vehicle because it's been involved in several internados in the county.
Okay, so suspected of several entering orders.
Yes, sir.
Okay. I imagine Jabria Brown was not arrested for anything because the key wasn't stolen.
I believe she was arrested for marijuana.
Marijuana possession. Okay. That's all I have, Your Honor. Thank you.
Mr. Hoover, any questions for Sergeant Patton?
No questions, Your Honor.
Any redirect, Mr. Hiles?
No, Your Honor.
Questions from the jurors? You.
Counsel. Right.
Sergeant, you explained that when the Kia Optima was pulled over, the driver stayed put, but some number of people ran. Were they ever caught?
No, sir, not at that time.
Okay. And then tell the jury again, how you obtained the 4 Instagram names or handles that yielded the stuff we just admitted into evidence.
Ms. Brown had told us that she was dating a subject by the name of Cornelius.
So without going into specifics, she told you did you get some of one or more of those Instagram handles from Ms. Brown?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did you get all 4 from her, or some came from then work that you or colleagues did while you were examining some of the Instagram handles she provided, Ms. Brown?
2 were provided by her and the others were just detective work.
Okay, so there are 4 that we heard about from you and that were admitted. Do you know which 2 came from Ms. Brown versus which 2 were detective work?
Yes, sir.
Which were the 2 that you got from Ms. Brown?
It was Little Tay 5 and Free the Gang.
Okay, and then the other 2 flowed from your team's investigative work?
Yes, Your Honor.
Got it. Do you know if when you request information from Instagram, they give you not only what would be then and there on the Instagram page or feed, but things that had been deleted from it, but Instagram keeps it because it's not technically deleted?
I'm not sure about deleted data, sir.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Hiles, do you have any questions based on that?
I do not.
Mr. Brown?
So Sergeant Patton,
Yes, sir.
you don't have any information as to whether Jabria Brown knows my client, Mr. Pittman, do you?
No, sir, I don't.
And you don't have any evidence that he was one of the persons that fled the vehicle, is that correct?
No, sir.
That's all I have, thank you.
Mr. Hoover?
Briefly, you didn't chase after the people that fled the vehicle, right?
No, sir, the guys did not.
No further questions.
All right. May Sergeant Patton step down?
Yes.
Thank you, sir, for your time.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you for your time.
Next witness?
The state would call investigator Lucas Sajak.
Raise your hand. Do you swear affirm that the testimony you will give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? You can go ahead and see. Can you state and spell your name for the record?
Yes, sir. First name is Lucas, spelled Lukaszz. Last name is Sajak, spelled Sajdak.
Good morning.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Okay. Morning, investigator Sajak.
Good morning, sir.
Where are you currently employed?
I'm currently employed with the City of Atlanta Police Department.
Okay. And how long have you been employed there?
A little over 13 years.
Okay. And what are your current duties?
Currently, I'm assigned to the fugitive unit.
Okay. And what are your tasks at the fugitive unit?
As a fugitive investigator, we get assigned cases for persons wanted for violent felonies such as murders, aggravated assaults, robberies, and we're tasked with locating them and executing those arrest warrants, apprehending them, bringing them into custody, and in turn, bringing them down to Fulton County or DeKalb County Jail.
Are you post-certified?
Yes, I am.
And have you been post-certified the entirety of your law enforcement career?
Yes, I have.
Okay. Where were you assigned in October of 2020?
I was assigned to the homicide unit.
Okay. In what capacity?
I was there as an investigator.
Okay. And how long were you in that unit?
Total of a little bit over 4 years.
How many cases did you handle throughout that time?
As a lead,
Yes.
I would probably say over 20.
Okay. And why did you move from that unit?
Ever since I was hired on the department, the fugitive unit was kind of the place I was aspiring to go. So the opportunity presented itself. I interviewed for that position and ended up getting the assignment.
Okay. And were you working on October 20th of 2020?
I was.
Okay. And were you assigned a homicide that occurred on that date?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Before we get into that, how are homicides assigned to investigators at Atlanta Police Department?
So at the time when I was there, we worked off of a rotation. So basically, they put all our names on little magnets, and they were on a whiteboard. And whoever was at the top would be assigned the next homicide. And then once they're assigned, they're moved to the bottom, and then it just kind of rotates through in that manner.
Okay. And were you at the top of the rotation on October 20th of 2020?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And did you respond to a homicide that date?
I did.
Okay. Where was that location?
The Goodwill at 1180 Collier Road,
Okay.
Northwest.
Okay. And for the record, what city and county is that located in?
That is in the city of Atlanta within Fulton County.
Okay. And how did you get notified to respond to that particular scene?
So once you're up in the rotation, you're on call 24/7. So I received the phone call in the middle of the night, basically being told that there was a homicide that has occurred. I was provided the address, and I got ready and went to the location.
Okay. Once you arrived at the location, was there any other people present?
Yes.
Okay. Approximately how many?
There were several marked units. There was a general investigator that was there as well. And I believe the crime scene techs were also called out.
Okay. I'm going to show you what has already been shown to defense counsel. It is marked States Exhibit 114 through States Exhibit 198. Are you familiar with those images?
Yes, those are the crime scene photos from 1180 Collier Road.
Okay. Do there appear to be true and correct reflections of the scene as you recall from the night of October 20th, 2020?
Yes, sir.
Okay, this time, Your Honor, the state will tender States Exhibits 114 through 198, and ask that they be within the evidence.
Mr. Hoover, any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
Mr. Brown?
No objection, Your Honor.
Those exhibits are admitted.
So what is your first order of business when you arrive to a scene?
So when I first arrived to the scene, I'd like to, in this case, speak with the general investigator that was on scene, who already had a kind of opportunity to collect some information. And I'd like to do a walk through the crime scene to just get an idea of what the scene looks like.
And when you do this walkthrough, are you going by yourself or are you doing it with someone that was already present?
Generally, I would do it with somebody else, crime scene techs, and pretty much we're looking for any items that believe might be of evidentiary value, such as if it's a shooting, shell casings, weapons, phones, things like that.
Okay. Did you do a walkthrough in this case?
I did.
Okay. And after you completed your walkthrough, what did you decide your next move was?
So after I completed the walkthrough, I spoke with the crime scene techs and asked that they collect the items that we identified to potentially have evidentiary value.
Okay. And did you walk with the crime scene techs as you identified evidence and collected photographs?
I believe I did.
All right, review, published States Exhibit 114, please. Okay. What are we looking at?
So this is the parking lot of the Goodwill at 1180 Collier Road. And to the right of the front door is the decedent.
And if we could go through the series of photos all the way and stop at States Exhibit. We stop. No, we'll stay here for now, actually. Okay. How long did it take you to walk through the particular scene?
This scene, I mean, it wasn't too big of a scene, so probably, several minutes.
Okay. And when you were walking through the scene, had there already been some of the items of evidentiary value that had been pointed out?
Yes, the items were still on the scene.
Okay. Had any items been collected at this point?
No.
Okay. And what were the items of particular evidentiary value that you found to be pertinent to this case?
There's spent shell casings, a firearm. On the person of the decedent was a key fob for a Cadillac, as well as once the medical examiner got there, we were able to remove his wallet and identify him.
You say, what do you mean once the medical examiner got there?
So the body is the jurisdiction of the medical examiner, and generally we will not touch the body, go to unless the medical examiner's there and they actually manipulate the body.
Okay. Will you scroll through until States Exhibit 125? You go to 126. Okay, this is a photograph of one of the shell casings on the scene.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and where is the shell casings that were recovered? Where were they recovered in relation to the victim's body?
They were in the front parking lot.
Okay. How close were they to the victim's body?
Fairly close.
Okay. And if you go to State's Exhibit 131. Okay. What is that a picture of?
That was the firearm recovered next to the victim.
And if you will scroll through all the way to State's Exhibit 140, please. Okay. And that, I know we've kind of moved through those fast, but that particular series of photos, are all those photos of the shell casings that you recovered?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And State's Exhibit number 142. What is that a picture of?
So that is a image of a defect to the front of the building, to the window.
And if you will go to 143.
That also is a image of a defect to the window of the front of the building.
State's Exhibit 144.
And that is also an image of a defect to the front of the building.
Okay. And is 145?
That's a close-up of that same defect.
Okay. State's 146.
That's another image of a defect to the front window of the business.
And State's 147.
And that is a close-up of that same defect.
Okay. I am going to move on to State's 148. See this box?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Was that box of particular note to you guys?
Yeah, it appeared that there was a defect to it, to the front side of it,
Okay.
bottom left corner.
Okay. And if we could go to the next picture, please. After screen, you should. Yeah, you should see a little pin that you can select. And then you'll be able to circle that, okay? Okay. What is that you circled?
So that was the a defect to the front side of the box.
Okay. And did you empty the contents of that box to see if there was anything inside that may have caused that defect?
Yes, the contents were removed from the box.
Okay. If we could go to the next slide, please. All right. And ultimately, what did you recover inside of that particular box?
Appeared to be a projectile.
Okay. And sorry, these got a little bit out of order. If you could go to State's Exhibit 195. Sorry to jump around on you here.
195.
Yes. Okay. Now, is that the contents of the box that was previously pictured?
Yeah, some items were obviously removed, so the inside of the box should be examined.
And what do you see as the contents of the inside of that particular box?
So in this image, there's just a broken bottle, two other bottles, and an empty box,
Okay.
smaller box.
I'm going to go to State's Exhibit number 196. And do you see anything of note in the box?
Yeah, so also it appears that there's a projectile inside of it.
Okay. And did you recover that projectile?
Yes, I requested that it be recovered.
Can you are able to see something I can't see? Can you circle where, or maybe there's another
was
picture that zooms up even more?
That was my next question. Will you circle the projectile, please?
If you want, he's got the original picture. Well, not the original. He's got a hard copy, if that helps you, or you think you know where it is.
From Can I see the?
Yeah, well, let's go to the next photo. And then 198. Okay. Can you see the projectile?
Yes.
Okay, we circle the projectile. Okay. Now, the defects in that particular box, are those consistent with a gunshot?
They appear to be, yes, sir.
Okay. All right. Sorry. All right, if we jump back to 151. So, and as you were walking around the scene, did you look for any cameras that might be in place?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Okay. Do you see a camera in this particular picture?
Yes, sir.
Okay. We go to item exhibit 152. Okay. Is that the same camera from the previous screen?
Yes, sir.
Okay. We could skip along to number 154. Okay. Do you see a bottle in the middle of this image?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And is that a bottle that y'all marked for potential evidentiary value?
I believe so.
Okay. And was it you, as you walked the crime scene, did you instruct the crime scene tech to actually collect that bottle and preserve it?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And I know we've moved fast through this, but 156, after you did the initial walkthrough, were placards then placed for the items of evidentiary value?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
It looks like a hose or something that is underneath Mr. Denny, and it seemed to run all the way through you see what I'm talking about? That black stripe?
Yes, Judge.
Do you know what that was?
No, sir.
Okay.
In 157 and 158. we could go to 159. And then 160. Okay. And State's Exhibit number 160. Is that a shell casing of note?
Yes, sir.
And what, do you remember what caliber that shell casing was?
I believe it was a 32 caliber.
Okay. And all of the shell casings that we have gone through in this particular case, were those all 32 caliber shell casings?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did you collect any other caliber shell casings from this particular scene?
No, sir.
Okay. And did you even see any, or is it only 32 caliber shell casings collected?
Yes, sir.
No other caliber, no other shell casings, period?
No, not from this scene. No, sir.
Okay. And if we could move to continue moving through.
I'm sorry. for interrupting. What was the caliber of the shell casing?
32 caliber.
Thank you.
And can we continue moving through 163? And then 164. 165. 166. 67. 168. 169. 170. 171, please. 176. I'm sorry, 172. 173. 174. 175. 176.
Other than showing all the pictures that have been admitted, are we doing something right now?
I'm trying to show all the exhibits that were collected, and then I'm going to ask them at once.
You're not going to go through each of these a second time and ask him questions about them.
No, I'm trying, he's also our crime scene tech, and so I'm gonna move through the pictures quick and then lead into the admission of the physical evidence that was collected.
Okay.
If we could go to 177, 178, 179, and we could skip to 183. And then 184. All right, and at 184, I want to ask you a question about this. Marker number 11. Why was that marker of note? Why was that placed there?
I don't recall.
Okay. Marker number 12, next picture. Okay. If we could go back to 184. Okay. If you could look closely at marker number 11, do you see anything surrounding that marker? Maybe it would help if I show you the vision picture.
Oh, glass.
Okay, and for the record, could you not see that on the monitor in front of you?
I kind of a hard time seeing it from the
Okay.
glare.
Okay,
So you said it was what when you got to see the actual 184, your answer was what?
It appeared to be glass.
Glass.
okay. And what's the state of that glass?
It would appear to be broken.
Okay. And would you have asked to mark and record that, to ask the crime scene tech to mark and photograph that particular?
Yes.
Sure. All right. State's Exhibit 12. I mean, okay. No, you're good. I'm sorry. Marker 12, State's Exhibit 185. What is that?
Plastic water bottle.
If we could skip skip over to 189. Okay. You'd mentioned earlier that the body is the property of or considered, I guess, the jurisdiction of the medical examiner. It appears that in this particular photo, his property is out of his pockets. Why would it be out of his pockets at this point?
That would indicate that the medical examiner has arrived on scene.
Okay. And do you photograph the contents of a body, personal property, as it's taken out by the medical examiner?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And is that what State's Exhibit 189 is?
Yes, sir.
If you go to State's Exhibit 190. Okay. And what does that display?
So this is the contents of the decedent's wallet, which includes his driver's license, but his name and date of birth.
And then State's Exhibit 191.
That's the firearm that was recovered next to the decedent.
Okay. And 192.
That's a picture of the bottom of the magazine from the firearm.
Okay. And then finally, State's Exhibit 198.
198, yes.
That's the projectile from inside the box with the evidence marker 13.
Okay. I am showing you what has been marked as State Exhibit number 527.
Yes, sir. It's described as a Nestle Pure Life crushed plastic water bottle.
And is that the same water bottle that you collected with the marker, evidence marker number 12?
Yes, sir.
At this time, the state would tender State's Exhibit 527, the Nestle Pure Life bottle, into evidence.
You're gonna get us a better exhibit list someday?
Yes.
Okay, so 527 is the Nestle water bottle.
Yes.
Mr. Hoover, any objection?
You said that was for marker number 12?
Yes. Okay.
No objection.
Mr. Brown?
No objection.
Admitted.
And I'm showing you what has been marked as State's Exhibit number 526.
This is labeled as a projectile,
And can you identify which marker it came from?
number 13.
And is that the marker that is currently displayed on the screen?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now showing you what has been marked as number 5
This is cartridge casings,
Okay. And what type of cartridge casings are those?
32 auto.
32 auto, okay. And does it indicate which marker numbers those auto case or shell casings were recovered from?
Here appears number 3 and number 9.
Is it number 3 and number 9, or is it number 3 through 9?
Yeah, it would be 3 through 9. Through 9.
Okay. And what is the total number of casings that were recovered in that exhibit?
7.
Okay. Your Honor, this time the state would tender state's exhibits number 507 into evidence.
Mr. Hoover, any objection to 507?
No objection, Your Honor.
Mr. Brown?
No objection, Your Honor.
Admitted.
I am approaching with state's exhibit number 509. You recognize state's exhibit number 509.
This is a gun box.
Okay. And what is identified as being contained inside of that box?
LW Camp Company 32 ACP pistol, serial number 024335.
Okay. And is that the pistol that is marked as state's exhibit, or I'm sorry, not state's exhibit, marker number 2?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time, the state would tender state's exhibit number 509 into evidence.
Mr. Hoover?
May I ask a question first, Your Honor?
You may.
I can't see, I didn't see it. You said it's evidence number marker number 2. How do you know that?
From the crime scene photos, and it's also written on the box.
Okay, it's written on the box. Perfect.
Yes, sir.
No objection, Your Honor.
Mr. Brown?
I think you see it. Let's see, 32, let's go. That's no objection, Your Honor.
Admitted.
Okay. And for the purpose of the record, you're looking at state's exhibit number 156. Is this reflective of marker number 2, this pistol?
Yes, sir.
All right, that is all that I will be tendering for the moment. Now let's talk about your investigation.
Just.
Okay. And Your Honor, I just want to verify that 526 was actually admitted into.
It was, the projectiles.
Yes. Okay. So.
Well, 526 is the one projectile from the box.
Yes.
It's in.
Correct. All right. What do you do? What did you do with all of that physical evidence that you collected at this particular scene?
So our crime scene techs would take it to the annex and submit it as evidence.
Okay. And once you collect that evidence, do you personally test it?
No, I do not.
Okay. Do you request that it be tested?
Yes, the techs will send it off. Also, there's a lab at the annex where they could test fire guns and things.
Okay. So what was the purpose of collecting the Nestle water bottle?
To potentially see if there was any DNA that could be recovered from it.
Okay. And do you actually personally test for any sort of DNA?
I do not.
Okay. Do you request for that evidence to be tested?
Yes.
Okay. So after you walk through the crime scene, trying to identify potential physical evidence, how did you start to garner any leads in this case?
I was alerted by officers that our license plate readers have picked up a Kia in the area that was reported as a stolen vehicle.
Okay. And we heard testimony yesterday that those are automatically generated leads through the LPR system. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. What a stolen Kia in the area? Why would that be of evidentiary value? What were you looking for?
At that point, I mean, anything that potentially would be out of place or could be a lead, and a stolen vehicle in the area around the time of the incident was something that caught my attention.
Okay. So once that was determined, how did you follow up on that information?
So I was able to make contact with the VIC unit, and then I was also advised that shortly after the incident, the report of the vehicles leaving the area, the LPR near Collier and Howell Mill picked up the stolen Kia, and seconds later, it picked up a red Cadillac.
Okay. How close is the LPR on Collier to the crime scene?
A mile, if that.
Okay. And how did you follow up once you have a stolen car closely tracking your victims, presumably your victim's car? How do you follow up on that lead?
So with the second vehicle being the red Cadillac, we run the tag, and then we learned that it came back to Mr. Denny, who was the decedent.
Okay. And did you do anything to start locating any particular leads or where that car might be?
So we tried to kind of see where, if those vehicles were picked up anywhere else on the license plate readers. But after I had an opportunity to interview the clerk across the street and attempted to follow up at Mr. Denny's residence to notify any next of kin, I was alerted that a paper plate was stolen from a vehicle off of some apartments on off of Stone Road.
Okay. So I want to get to that in a second. You said after going to Mr. Denny's residence. Why'd you go to Mr. Denny's residence?
To see if there was any family or next of kin
Okay.
at the address, but there was nobody there.
Okay. And were you able to, nobody was home?
No, sir.
Okay. And would you get any leads from speaking with the Citgo operator?
He reported hearing gunshots, and he stated that he saw vehicles fleeing the scene at a high rate of speed.
Okay. Now, are there other cameras located along this corridor?
Believe there was one around Howell Mill and 75.
Okay. What type of camera was it around Howell Mill and 75?
I believe that particular one would be one of our VIC cameras.
What is a VIC camera?
So VIC is the Video Integration Center. It's the city putting up surveillance cameras, different locations to monitor for any criminal activity.
And while you were working, did you request to see if there was any activity on that particular VIC camera?
I believe I did.
Okay. And were you actually able to get some of that video? Where was this VIC camera?
So that one was the one around Howell Mill and 75.
Okay. And were you actually able to obtain video from that VIC camera around the time of this incident?
Yes, there was video obtained from it.
Is that something you got instantly, or you just requested somebody else to look into?
That particular item I might have asked somebody to assist with.
Let's go back to real time. You'd mentioned that you had been called to a potential vehicle tag being stolen.
Yes, sir.
And what location was that incident?
That was off of a Stone Road. If
Okay.
I can review my notes, I could give
Okay,
you the.
yeah.
Uh, 3200 Stone Road Southwest.
Okay. And did you travel to 3200 Stone Road Southwest?
I did.
Okay. And what did you find when you got to that particular location?
So at that location in the parking lot, there was some items that were scattered on the ground. And I also interviewed the victim of the theft.
Okay. Approaching with what has been marked as State's Exhibit 471 through State's Exhibit 476. Okay, do you recognize those exhibits?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and what are those particular exhibits?
So 471 and 472 are images of the Ms. Joyner's vehicle from which the tag was stolen.
I'll ask you.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Are all of those images fair and accurate representations of pictures taken from the scene at 3200 Stone Road?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time, State would move State's Exhibit 471 through 476 into evidence.
Mr. Brown, any objections?
No objections, no.
Mr. Hoover?
No objection, Your Honor.
Admitted.
Which one, yeah. Much less pictures here. State's Exhibit 471 and 472. What is that a image of?
Those are images of the Malibu from which the drive out tag was stolen.
Okay. And were you able to get a description or any potential leads of some suspects from this?
So after speaking with Ms. Joyner, who was the victim of the theft of the tag, she advised she also observed a red Cadillac on the scene, as well as a black Challenger that pulled up and observed individuals inside the Cadillac and then approach and speak with the persons inside the Challenger.
Okay. Now, if you look at the image 472 that's on your screen, what is that to the left, the front left of the car?
It appears to be some miscellaneous items.
Okay. And we heard testimony yesterday from Ms. Joyner that she observed individuals throwing property out of the red Cadillac. Did you believe that to be the property from the red Cadillac?
Yes, certain items kind of would make sense that they would belong to Mr. Denny.
Okay. If we could go to items number 474. And what are we looking at in item number 474?
So those are that's a close-up of the content that was near Ms. Joyner's vehicle.
And why did you take pictures of that particular umbrella?
Those were documented based off the fact that they were potentially items that came from Mr. Denny's vehicle.
Okay. And if we go to item number 475. Okay. What is that?
Appears to be a cane.
Okay. And did you take, why'd you take pictures of the particular cane?
To document, and again, I believe that based on Mr. Denny's age and Ms. Joyner's statement that this potentially could have been items that were dumped from Mr. Denny's red Cadillac.
I'm showing to you what has been marked as State's Exhibit 524 and State's Exhibit number 525. Okay, and what are those particular exhibits?
So one is the walking cane recovered from the parking lot.
All right, specifically, State's Exhibit number 524, what would that be?
That would be the cane.
Okay, and specifically, State's Exhibit number 525.
That would be the umbrella.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would move State's Exhibits 524 and 525 into evidence.
Any objection, Mr. Brown, to five? Okay, Mr. Hoover?
Well, yes, Your Honor, I don't think a foundation has been laid by this witness yet. He just said what it was, but I need to know how he knows what it is before there's a foundation that's been laid for this.
Do you want to ask any more foundational questions?
I can ask some foundational questions, okay. Whereas this cane that was recovered, well, is this the cane that was recovered in that picture?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
How do you know that? Is there something on that bag that makes you say that?
Is the bag labeled?
Yes, the bag is labeled.
And what is State's Exhibit number 525?
525 is labeled as umbrella recovered from parking lot.
And does it have 3200 Stone Road Southwest written on it?
Yes, it does.
Okay, how about the other bag?
The other bag is labeled as walking cane recovered from parking lot, and it also is addressed 3200 Stone Road Southwest.
Is that your handwriting or the handwriting of someone you directed to put it on there?
That's the handwriting of the crime scene tech, but I was there in person when we were collecting those items.
All right, I'll admit both.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome. So which was the cane? Just so I have my list here I'm compiling.
All right, State's Exhibit number 524 is the walking cane.
Okay. Can you undo what you just did?
I didn't do anything.
You did actually, because it wasn't doing that before you put something there. So like a jet was landing in here.
Right.
Oh, we could always unplug it, but that's quieter. Okay, we'll have slightly fresher air. Don't put things on top of that. Okay?
I won't.
Thank you.
I didn't know that was gonna happen. Okay, let's move to State's Exhibit number 476, please. Okay.
That is a license plate that was recovered from the parking lot at 3200 Stone Road.
Okay. Is that license plate recovered in the same area as the walking cane and the umbrella that were just discussed?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And do you know who that license plate belonged to?
That is the license plate off of Mr. Denny's Cadillac, registered in his name.
We're showing you what Market States Exhibit 510. Is that what is that?
This is the license plate, Georgia license plate.
Okay, and how is it identified on the bag?
On the bag, has the victim's name as Denny Lawrence, who it's recovered by. Description says vehicle tag.
Okay, and did you direct the crime scene tech would to collect that bag?
I did. I did.
If you would, will you just put the bag up and remove the license plate?
Would scissors help?
I can get it.
You can do it? Okay.
Yes, sir.
I'm not suggesting you have weak hands, just saying.
Pull it out.
Yeah. And for the record, will you please read the lettering on the license plate?
Yes, RIV, Robert Ida Victor, 4063.
At this point, Your Honor, the state would move to admit state exhibit number 510 into evidence.
Okay, before we do that, it's got black stuff all over it. Can you tell the jurors what's going on with the license plate?
Yes, since it was removed from the victim's vehicle, I asked that it be dusted for any potential fingerprints.
So the black stuff is just part of the process by which someone would attempt to lift fingerprints?
Yes, Your Honor, that would be the fingerprint dust.
Okay. Mr. Hoover, any questions about the license plate or any objections to admitting it?
No, Your Honor, no objection.
It's admitted, except in Mr. Brown.
No objection.
510 is admitted.
And I think that answered my next question as, did you request that that particular plate be dusted for prints?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and is that something you do yourself?
No, sir.
And would you have any knowledge of any potential lifts from that? Go ahead, answer.
I was gonna say, if there was a potential match, I would be told about it.
Okay, you would only be notified if there was a potential match.
Right.
Okay. All right. And going back to the walking cane and the umbrella marked the State's Exhibit 524 and 525. Did you request that those handles be swabbed for potential contact DNA?
I believe so, sir.
Okay. And again, is that something that you are going to do on your own, or are you going to have somebody else do that?
Somebody else would do that.
And whose job would that be?
That would generally fall on the crime scene technicians.
Okay. And while you were on scene, did you come across any other potential leads?
On that scene, well, I attempted to speak to the leasing office to see if there's any surveillance cameras,
Right.
But none were available.
Okay. And did you walk the office to try, the perimeter to try to locate any potential video cameras?
I looked around in that general area where the tag and everything was recovered, and then I went to the leasing office and spoke to the manager.
Okay. And were you able to obtain any video at all?
No, sir, no video.
Where did you go after you left the scene at 3200 Stone Road? What was your next order of business that day?
After that,
Let me ask you this. Were you ever notified of the victim's Cadillac being recovered?
yes, I was. I was also notified that the Kia was recovered as well.
Okay. Let's start with the Cadillac. Where was who notified you that the Cadillac was recovered?
I believe it was South Fulton PD.
Okay. And where did they give you a location of where it was located?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And where was that located?
If I could look at my notes, I could refresh my memory about the address.
Sure.
Fifty-six fifty-five Old National Highway.
Okay. And I'm asking you these questions pretty quickly. Is this the same date as the homicide?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and what was this date again? We remind us.
October 20th.
Okay. So did you record in your report what time you went to the 3200 Stone Road scene for the call of the stolen tag?
The actual time, no. But based off audio recordings, it probably would have been around 11:30.
Okay. And what time did you respond to the Camelot apartment complex?
That would have been probably around 11:30 or so.
Okay. Well, I guess my first question is, what time did you arrive at the scene of the stolen tag?
The stolen tag was around 8 a.m. or so.
Okay. And from there, did you go directly to the recovery of the Cadillac?
Yes, once I was advised it was recovered, that was the next place
Okay.
I went.
I'm just trying to establish your progressions
Yes, sir.
through that day. Okay. Who alerted you of the Cadillac being present in Camelot?
That was, I believe, South Fulton Police.
Okay. And sorry, correct. Yes. I'm showing you what has been marked with states exhibits 477 through 483.
Yes, sir.
You recognize states exhibits 477 through 483.
Yes, sir.
How do you recognize those?
I was there.
What's the location in this photographic picture?
That's the 5655 Old National
That Camelot
Camelot Apartments.
And then are those true and correct photographs of the scene on that day at the Camelot Apartments?
Yes, sir.
This time, the state will move to admit States Exhibit 477 through 483.
Mr. Hoover, any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
Mr. Brown?
No objection.
Those are admitted. Yes?
Is it possible, because I believe I stated that South Fulton recovered a red Cadillac?
Well, I'm sorry.
In response to one of his questions, you can weave in whatever it is you want to weave in, but no unsolicited comments from witnesses.
Yeah.
Okay.
Keep
I'll
asking.
direct you.
Okay.
You can start directing him.
All right. So when you got to the scene, why were you called to the Camelot Apartments?
Because that's where the victim's red Cadillac was located.
Okay. And States Exhibit 477, is that how you saw the Cadillac when you arrived?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Where is it located within the apartment complex?
It was towards the rear of the complex.
Okay. And if you go to States Exhibit 478, 479, and 480. Okay. And who were you able to determine who that car, that red Cadillac belonged to?
Yes, sir.
How were you able to determine that?
You could run the VIN number.
Okay. And did you do that?
Yeah, we verified it.
Okay. So it's kind of hard to see on my television. I'm showing you States Exhibit number 480. What do you notice about the tag affixed to that vehicle?
It is a temporary tag.
Okay. And is that different from the assigned tag to Mr. Denny's car?
Yes.
Okay. And what are the numbers associated with that temporary tag?
P as in Paul, 1494933.
Okay. And were you able to verify who that tag belonged to?
That paper tag was the one taken off of Ms. Joyner's vehicle.
Okay. You go to 481. Okay. And what is that picture notating?
That is what appears to be a defect to the Cadillac, potentially from a gunshot.
Okay. And why do you think it would be potentially from a gunshot?
Because at the initial scene where the Cadillac was taken, there was evidence of shots being fired.
Okay. Did you have a reason to believe that the shots were being fired at the Cadillac?
After reviewing video
Okay.
from the Goodwill, yes.
Okay. And we go to States Exhibit 482. Is that just a close-up?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. And then States Exhibit exhibits 483. What is that pictures of?
Those are just miscellaneous items strewed on the ground near the Cadillac.
Okay.
Did you put them there as an inventory of the Cadillac, or this is how your team found them?
This is how they were found.
Okay. And did you have any idea whether or not those could potentially be related or unrelated to the case?
No.
Okay. Did you decide to collect those items anyways?
I did.
Okay. And what was the reason for actually collecting those items?
Just because of the close proximity to the victim's vehicle, and for preservation purposes.
Okay. And what did you do with the victim's Cadillac after this?
So after that, I requested that it be towed to the GBI for processing.
Okay. Does APD have the ability to process their own vehicles?
Yes.
Okay. So why would you request that this be towed to the GBI for processing?
Well, at the time, we were going kind of through a big spike in crime, and I just felt that utilizing the GBI would be a more viable route to take. And I wasn't sure about the availability of our crime scene techs at the moment, as they have to respond to all crime scenes
Okay.
within the city.
Okay. Did you feel that you could get it processed quicker by sending it to the GBI?
Potentially, yes, sir.
Okay. Or were you simply understaffed at APD?
I mean, the staffing numbers were low, but also with the GBI and their resources, I felt maybe they could expedite the process for us.
Okay. Now, let's move forward to the next day, October 21st of 2020. Did you get a call to come back to the Goodwill?
Yes.
Okay. And what prompted that call?
A gentleman that was there contacted us because there was some projectiles recovered inside or located inside the business.
Okay. And did you relocate back to the scene at 1180 Collier to go and collect those projectiles?
I did.
Okay. See these pictures. I'm showing you what has been marked as States Exhibit 484 through 492. Previously shown to the fence line. And States Exhibit 484 through 492. Are those fair and accurate representations of or photographs of your return to the Goodwill?
Yes, sir.
Okay. If you could, please go to States Exhibit 484.
Don't put them up quite yet.
Yep. At this time, the state would move 484 through 492 into evidence.
Mr. Brown, any objection to those photos?
No objections, Your Honor.
Mr. Hoover?
No objection, Your Honor.
They're admitted. Now you may publish.
Yes. We go forward, please. Okay. What is 484 picture of?
That is the front of 1180 Collier Road, Northwest.
Okay. And picture 486. I'm sorry, 485. And what does that photograph denote?
That appears to be a projectile on the ground inside of the business.
Okay. And could you circle where the projectile is located? Okay. So we move to 487 or 46, I'm sorry. And then 487. And then 488. And is what is next to marker number 2 in States Exhibit 488?
The projectile.
Okay. And is that the same projectile as in States Exhibit number 485?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And that series of pictures that happened, that we just went through to get to this close-up, what did that denote?
Can you rephrase that? for
Okay,
me?
will you go to State's Exhibit number 486? Okay. Now, is that I guess, a picture of the wall where the projectile was recovered?
Yes,
Okay. And so does those following pictures track the progression towards the wall?
yes, sir.
Okay. Would that give you any indication of direction of travel
Um,
of the projectile?
yeah, I mean, it would indicate that they traveled inside of the building, from the outside based on the defects on the window.
Okay. All right. If we go to State's Exhibit number 489. Okay. And what are we looking at in State's Exhibit 489?
That is a defect to the, front window.
Okay. And is this picture taken from inside or outside of the Goodwill?
I believe this one was from the inside.
Okay. And then State's Exhibit 490. What is that a picture of?
Appears to be a defect to the wall.
Okay. Will you circle the defect from the wall? And based on your experience as a homicide investigator and years of law enforcement experience, would you find that that defect would be consistent of a gunshot?
Yeah, it appears it could be a gunshot. Yes, sir.
Okay. And then State's Exhibit number 491. Okay. And will you go back, toggle real quick behind from 490 and then back to 491, please? Okay. So going from 490 to 491, do you know what you're looking at this point?
Yeah, that's the corner inside of the business.
Okay. And then was there anything recovered from that particular area?
I don't believe so.
Okay. Will you go to State's Exhibit number 492? Okay. And what does that appear to be?
That appears to be a projectile.
Okay. And do you know exactly where that was recovered?
So one set of those projectiles were actually picked up by the gentleman that called.
Okay. So you didn't recover them from the ground?
Correct.
Okay. Then would that be what's displayed in placard number 1?
Yes.
State's Exhibit number 492?
Yes, sir.
Is that where you collected the projectiles?
Those I believe were, yes.
Okay. I am State's Exhibit 508. Two projectiles and one fragment.
It's number,
State's Exhibit number 508.
got it.
And do you recognize that marking?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And does it denote the date that those the contents of the bag were recovered?
Yes, sir. December 21st, 2020.
And does it denote what?
I'm sorry, October,
What date?
October 21st, 2020.
And does it denote the contents of the bag?
Yes, it advises 2 projectiles and 1 fragment.
And the location as well?
1180 Collier Road Northwest, Atlanta, Georgia, 30318.
And is the contents of the bag what was picked up next to evidence marker number 1 and evidence marker number 2 when you returned to the Goodwill on October 21st,
Yes, sir.
2020.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time, the state would tender State's Exhibit number 508 into evidence.
Mr. Hoover, any objection to 508?
No objection, Your Honor.
Mr. Brown?
No objection.
All right, 508 is admitted, and with its admission, we have to break for lunch. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, let's try to be back as close to 1. That's a 50 minute break. If you're not back, you're not late. No one's going to fuss, but we're only going until 4 today. So it'd be great if we could log about 3 hours of testimony this afternoon. I don't want anyone to get indigestion. The stretch goal is to be back by 1 o'clock. And once Deputy Gordon tells me you're all back, we'll come on in here. I'll make sure the lawyers are back. Okay? Any questions? None. All right. Don't talk about the case. No outside research. Enjoy lunch.
All right, Mr. Chair.
All right. Sorry, investigator, we didn't get through your testimony before lunch. You'll be on break as well. Don't talk about your testimony with anyone with whom you have lunch. Mr. Hiles, anything before we break?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Would you say you're 10%, 50%, 90% through your examination of Investigator Sajak?
No,
Except I didn't ask Mr. Hoover, I asked
I'd
you.
say probably 70%. I expect this is the first time I've ever used the lead as a crime scene tech, and so
You can have as much time as you need.
Yeah.
I'm just curious, just to factor in what we can get done this afternoon. You think you'll be done before 4 with this witness? I know you're not handling cross, but
personally, I will be done before 4. I don't know about cross-examination. Can't
Okay.
speak to that.
and you've got witnesses for the rest of the afternoon.
I do.
Good. All right, Mr. Hoover, anything before we break?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Brown? All right, please be back by 1. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
All right, adjourned. Now, adjourn the president's status report.
Thank you, Deputy Gordon. Welcome back from lunch. Hope you had a good break. Thank you for being timely. We had to discuss a couple things before we brought you out here. When we broke for lunch, Investigator Sajak was answering questions from Mr. Hiles, and we're going to continue with that process when you're ready, Mr. Hiles. I think we had been at the Goodwill again.
Yes.
We're back to the Goodwill store for some projectiles.
Okay. So, yep. So, after recovering the items from the Goodwill, I believe it was 2 projectiles and a fragment. Did you request that that particular evidence be tested and compared to other ballistics evidence?
Yes, I requested that evidence be collected and for further analysis.
Okay. Talked about Cadillac. I believe there was some other cars that were involved in this particular incident. You mentioned the Kia, the stolen Kia that you were flagged about. Where was that vehicle when you recovered it?
So the Kia was recovered at 3790 Morning Creek Drive.
Okay. Were you aware of what time it was recovered?
Around 6:42
And would that be AM or PM?
a.m. I'm sorry.
Okay. And did you actually take possession of the Kia? You, as a representative of City of Atlanta Police Department?
Not initially, but once it was recovered, yes.
Right, right.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Well, when you took possession of it, where was it?
It was in a tow yard at 2144 Sylvan Road, Gray's Towing, I think.
20, all right, on Sylvan Road?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right, I'm showing what's been marked as State's Exhibit 529.
Yes, sir.
And what is State's Exhibit 529?
That is a picture of the Kia at the tow yard.
Right. And is it a fair and accurate description of the depiction of the Kia at the tow yard when you took possession of it?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Your Honor, the state would now move State's Exhibit 529 into evidence.
Mr. Hoover, any objection to 529?
No objection, Your Honor.
Mr. Brown?
No objection, Your Honor.
Submitted.
Can you please publish 529? All righty. Where did you take the Kia?
The Kia was taken to 3493 Donnelly Hollow Parkway. That is our public safety annex.
All right. And you had the Kia processed, correct?
Yes.
Okay. It wasn't processed by APD, was it?
It was taken to APD for safekeeping. And then it was ultimately taken to the GBI.
Okay. Why was it initially taken to Donald Lee Hollowell?
In an effort to preserve evidence and for it to not just be left in the tow yard.
Why would it not have been taken directly to the GBI?
Because they were currently in possession of the red Cadillac. So we just felt that it would be better for us to store it in our homicide cage, which is locked and with surveillance security. While they finish processing the Cadillac, then we could in turn bring the Kia over to them, to the GBI.
Okay. Did the GBI have room at their storage facility for more than one of APD's vehicles?
I wasn't advised. I actually didn't ask if they had room to store it there. It was just a decision made to take the Kia to our annex.
Okay. And it was then taken to GBI, one car at a time, essentially?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And there was another car of interest, was there not?
Yes, sir.
Showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit number 530.
Yes, sir. There's a black Dodge Challenger.
And did you take possession of that vehicle?
Yes.
Okay. Is that a fair and accurate depiction of the black Dodge Challenger that you took possession of?
Yes, sir.
Okay. What date did you take possession of that vehicle?
The same day that the victim's Cadillac was recovered.
What day would that be?
The 20th of October. I'm sorry.
What year?
2020.
Thanks. At this time, the state would move State's Exhibit 530 into evidence.
Any objection to 530, Mr. Brown?
No objection, Your Honor.
Mr. Hoover?
No objection, Your Honor.
530 is in.
And will you publish? All right, Exhibit 530. All right. And was that car stored? Where was that car stored after you took possession of it?
That vehicle was also taken to the public safety annex at on Donnelly Hollowell.
Okay. And who eventually processed that particular vehicle?
Ultimately, the vehicle was taken to the GBI.
Okay. We'll come back to those two vehicles. So far in one day, it sounds like you've collected a lot of physical evidence.
Yes, sir.
Okay. After you got all the information collected, did you have a chance then to sit down and analyze all the information you collected during this, 5-6 hour period?
Yes, I mean, I had a moment to
Right.
to look over some things.
And at some point, were you able to, try to establish a timeline of what events or how the events transpired?
Yes, looking at the LPRs and surveillance video and 911 calls, being advised of the vehicles being located and recovery times, it gave me a ballpark time frame of or a ballpark timeline.
Okay. Now, I want to play some of these videos that have been admitted through other people so we can discuss them. But I want to start in this timeline with the 911 call. I am going to show you what is previously been admitted as State's Exhibit 1A. It is the CAD report for incident 2029-40208. I'm directing you to the last page under the column. It says date and time. What is the initiation of that first 911 call? What would be the time?
October 20th, 2020 at 3:37 and 7 seconds AM.
Now I am showing you it has previously been marked as State's Exhibit number 441. And previously admitted as State's Exhibit number 441. It is the license plate readers for the Kia CLN 3039. I'm directing you to the page. Now, it is the last page, third to last entry. What time does that denote?
October 20th, 2020, 3:24 AM.
Okay, and what camera or license plate reader camera took that picture?
This license plate reader is located at Howell Mill Road Northwest, southbound at Collier Road Northwest.
Southbound Collier Road?
Yes, sir.
And what was the time one more time?
That was 3:24 AM.
What is the next read on that particular video? License plate reader.
The following read is showing to be October 20th, 2020 at 3:36 and 25 seconds AM. And that license plate reader is showing to be at Collier Road Northwest, eastbound at I-75 underpass.
Going to what has previously been admitted as State's Exhibit number 468, video retrieved by Investigator Teague at 1180 Collier Road. Have you had a chance to view this video?
From 1180 Collier, yes, sir.
And did you notice anything odd or off about the timestamps on the video collected from the Goodwill?
It seems like it might have been about an hour off from real time.
Okay. At any point, were you asked to, or did you try to get a reference of how the difference between the actual time and the recordings of the video?
Yes, I mean, comparing it to the body camera footage from the officer on scene.
Okay. In Your Honor, and Defense Counsel, I am going to play some of the video footage that was admitted in State's Exhibit 468. The video that is being played is from Channel 1, and it is the first video footage from which Mr. Denny appears. Okay. What does the timestamp state at the beginning of this video?
I apologize, I can't see it on my screen.
No. Can you turn around and look at the screen behind you then?
Oh, yes. So it's showing channel 1, then the year and date, which would be October 20th, 2020. The time frame appears to be from 04:21 and 44 seconds to 04:22 and 25 seconds.
Okay. If you look at the top of the screen, what does the time state that started?
04:21 and 44 seconds.
Okay. I'll let this play through. And when we got to the end, what was the time at the top of the screen at the end of the video?
04, 22, and 25 seconds AM.
Okay. And what did you do to try to determine the time difference between the actual time of that video and real time of the video and recorded time on the timestamp of the Goodwill footage?
Well, looking at the video, when I noticed that officers responded and pulled their body camera footage, you could kind of compare the time differences, the timestamp on their body cameras versus the timestamp at the Goodwill, because the video will depict officers responding to the scene.
Okay. And I'm going to play the next footage in line. And did you determine who was the first officer to respond?
Let me see if I can locate the name. I believe it was Officer Harris.
Okay. And was it Officer Harris's body camera that you compared the difference in timestamp?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, can you tell exactly when Officer Harris is captured? I mean, is it an approximation by a few seconds?
Yes. The timestamp appears 04:33.
Sorry. Okay. What is the timestamp at the start of this video?
04:33 and 44 seconds AM.
Okay. And what did you determine the difference in time between Officer Harris's body camera and this to be?
Approximately like 52 minutes or so.
Okay.
So the video was this video was 52 minutes fast.
Meaning if it was really 1 in the morning, the video is going to say 1:52 AM?
Yes. Yeah.
Or put differently, if the video says 1:52, it's really 1.
Right.
Okay.
And that could be give or take some seconds.
Yes, sir.
Now, still have the time cards or the LPR reads.
I do.
Now, what time is the next timestamp on the Kia?
So the next and the last one on this page is showing October 20th, 2020, 3:36 and 52 seconds AM. And this license plate reader is showing to be positioned at Howell Mill Road Northwest, southbound at Collier Road Northwest.
What exhibit number you have in your hand?
Currently I have States Exhibit 440.
Okay. And, it has been previously admitted as the license plate reads for the Cadillac. Can you please go to the first page in which there is a reading on the Cadillac for October 20th of 2020.
Yes, sir, I'm here.
And what's the first reading on October 20th, 2020?
So the time appears October 20th, 2020 at 3:36 and 57 seconds AM. The location of this license plate reader is at Howell Mill Road Northwest, southbound at Collier Road Northwest.
Okay. What's the next read?
That's the last one.
Now. The camera that we showed you earlier. Full camera that we showed you earlier. Okay. Now, as part of your investigations, did you try to determine whether or not there was any poll cameras, otherwise known as VIC cameras, anywhere in the location of this general location of this homicide?
Yes, I looked around in the general area, but I didn't see any in the area of the homicide.
Okay. Did you find any, were there any VIC cameras in the direction of travel for which the LPRs indicated the Kia and the red Cadillac were traveling?
I believe there was one located around 75, Interstate 75 in Howell Mill.
Okay. And did you request that that be preserved?
Yes, I asked.
Okay. And when those are preserved, are they uploaded to evidence.com?
They would be.
And then do you have the secure access to evidence.com?
I do.
Okay. I am showing you what has been marked as case exhibit number 497.
Yes, sir.
And state's exhibit number 497, was that poll camera footage from the early morning hours of October 20th, 2020 at the poll camera positioned at Highway 75 in Howell Mill?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And what was the beginning timestamp on this particular footage, beginning the video?
I believe it was 3:35 and some seconds.
Okay. And was that contained in the metadata of this video?
Yes, sir.
Have you reviewed it?
I was able to review the video. Yes.
And is it a complete video of the evidence you requested and was saved to evidence.com?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would move State's Exhibit 497 into evidence.
Any objection to 497, Mr. Hoover?
No objection, Your Honor.
Mr. Brown?
No objection.
Dixon?
Okay. Now I'm hovering my mouse above the video. What is the time stamp that video is saved as?
It's shown October 20th, 2020 at 03:36.
Okay. And would that be the beginning of this video?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then I'm going to go to the properties to get the exact time. Okay. And I am hovering over the metadata. What does it say? Oh, it went away. What does it say the exact time of the start of this video is?
03:35 and 56 seconds.
Okay. All right. I'm going to direct your attention to this screen. You know, back it up in a second. What did you observe at that particular portion of the video? For the record, it's at just past 1 minute and 33 seconds into the video. What did you observe just prior to this?
3 vehicles traveling on Collier Road, making a turn, what appears to be to get on the interstate, one of which being a red Cadillac.
Okay. Okay. Backing this up. I'm going to play it a little bit slower. I'm hitting play at 1 minute and 33 seconds. Now, the lead car that you see getting onto the highway, did that appear to be a car of interest to you?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And what car did you believe that to be?
I believe that to be the Kia.
Okay. So for the record, I've paused it at 3 minutes. Or at the with 33 seconds left in the video. What appears to be on the screen at this time?
It appears to be a red Cadillac.
And is there another car that is on the inside of the Cadillac?
Yes.
Okay. And did you observe anything odd about the way the other car inside of the Cadillac was driving?
Appear to be driving kind of reckless, and they all appear to be going at a decent rate of speed.
Okay. How was it driving recklessly?
The way it cut the Cadillac off and just kind of veered in front of it.
Now, you requested the LPR grabs for a Cadillac as well as the car you identified as a stolen Kia. Why did you not get any LPR grabs or try to figure out what this particular vehicle to the inside of the red Cadillac was?
So at the time, I wasn't aware of a third vehicle initially.
Okay.
And if they were to check the license plate reader at the intersection and the third vehicle would have a temporary tag, kind of like the one that ended up being put on the Cadillac, at the time, the license plate readers would not pick up that tag.
Okay. And are you automatically notified of all cars that are hitting the license plate reader cams?
I mean, it's noted, yes.
Right.
Yes.
But so we heard testimony earlier that a stolen license plate generates an automatic notification.
Yes, they would alert the officers to the stolen tag.
Would a tag that is not stolen, still on a regular Joe's car belonging to regular Joe, would that alert anybody to look at the cameras?
No, to get an alert, the tag would have to be input to the system to be alerted.
Okay. So just let that play through. Mr. Hoover, are you going to want this video anymore? Okay. So after you established this initial timeline that we have started going through, what time did you believe the shooting to have occurred?
Shortly before the 911 call was made about the report of shots fired.
Okay. So what time did you have the red Cadillac leaving the scene?
I don't have the actual timestamp written down.
I'm asking on the LPR reads.
Oh, I'm sorry. 3:36 and 57 seconds AM.
Okay. And so based off of the information you gathered from LPR reads and the 911 call, which came in at just after 3:37, what time do you believe that the shooting occurred?
Probably around 3:34, 3:35 AM.
Okay. Could it have been later?
Yeah, it could have been 3:36. The intersection of Collier and Howell Mill isn't that far from the incident location.
Okay. So I guess, what are you estimating based off what you just testified to between 3:35 and just after 3:36?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So after you started collecting evidence, you have an initial timeline. What did you consider to be your first true lead in this particular case?
The first true lead, I believe, began with the paper tag being stolen off of Stone Road.
Okay. When did you start to develop suspects in this case?
The day that the victim's Cadillac was recovered.
Okay. And how did you start to develop suspects?
So when I was on scene off of 55 Old National, I was able to speak with other officers that responded to the scene and they were familiar. And they pointed me in the direction of a group of individuals that is known to utilize those Camelot condominiums for a place where they would dump stolen vehicles and that they would frequent.
Okay. And pulling up State's Exhibit 530 again, I'm gonna go ahead and show it to you. It's already been a minute, so what is State's Exhibit 530?
So that's the black Challenger that was recovered and was stolen out of the city of Atlanta.
Okay, and did you believe that to be associated with Stone Road?
Yes.
And in discussions with that, did any of your discussions at Camelot Apartments with City of South Fulton lead you to a person that you believe to be in possession of that car?
Yes, the officer was able to show me a Instagram clip video of an individual posing in front of the Challenger. What alerted me to it being the Challenger is because of the unique graphics of the vehicle, including the one across the windshield and those claw marks across the headlight. Also with the statement of the victim of the paper tag that was stolen. And that individual was identified to me, again, through working with the partnering law enforcement agencies that were investigating these individuals as Keandre Baker.
Okay. And were you made aware of, or did you notate what Instagram account was posting that video that you observed?
Yes, sir. That Instagram account, if I could review my notes. It is 2 GZLIL Max.
Okay. And were you made aware of an arrest of Keandre Baker on October 21st of 2020 by Deputy Warren?
Yes,
And did you have contact with Deputy Warren that day?
I spoke to Deputy Warren, yes, sir.
Okay. And did you assist Deputy Warren, or did Deputy Warren tell you if he took possession of Keandre's phone?
Yes.
Okay. And did Deputy Warren tell you or ask you to assist with the extraction of the contents of that phone?
Yes, I offered to assist him with the extraction.
Okay. And in assisting with the extraction, did you go through the contents of Keandre Baker's phone?
I did.
Okay. And what were you able to find?
So initially, I was looking through the information as it pertained to the crimes that they were investigating, like auto thefts and guns and things like that. But as I continued to go through the phone, there was 2 particular things that caught my attention. One was a Google search pertaining to a person shot at the Goodwill.
Okay.
A news article. And going through the history that I was able to retrieve from the device, it did not appear that Mr. Baker would research news articles prior to that. And then the second thing that caught my attention.
Can we stop you there real quick? I want to talk about, we'll get to the second part.
Yes, sir.
I want to talk about, do you remember, did you notate in your report what was searched?
Yes.
Okay.
It was, quote, "man shot, killed outside Goodwill Donation Center in Atlanta," police say.
Okay. And okay. And were there any communications with Mr. Baker from other numbers that caught your attention?
The other communication was a message that appeared on the phone to be sent from a Gmail account. And that Gmail account was Brazy, BRAZY, TAE 06 @gmail.com.
What did that message say?
It read,
You don't have to, you can edit yourself. You don't
yes, sir.
have to
Yes,
say-
sir. Had done popped a N-word yesterday.
Okay. And did you follow up to try to ascertain who Brazy Tay was?
Yes, I wrote a warrant to Google for that account.
Okay. And did you have any luck with any return from Google?
No, sir.
Okay. Now, did you examine the call logs of Keandre Baker's phone at and around the time of the homicide of Mr. Denny, particularly prior to and just after?
Yes, once ultimately I was able to get phone records, I was able to review.
Okay. What was the phone numbers that were of interest to you from that review of his call logs?
So one phone number that was of interest was 470-547-7446.
Okay. And was there another number?
Yes, sir. 470-547-6240.
Okay. Why were those two numbers of interest to you?
Because they appeared to communicate with Mr. Baker around the time of the homicide. There was frequent communications around the time of the incident with
Okay.
those numbers.
Okay. And how were those numbers saved in Mr. Baker's phone?
So the number ending in 7446 was saved as Luh, L-U-H, head.
Okay. And what about the number saved as 470-547-6240?
Lil D and the number 5.
Okay. And did you take any steps to try and identify those particular numbers?
As in, yes.
Okay. And what steps did you ultimately take to get those numbers?
So
What steps did you take to get the identity of those particular numbers? Like, who did you speak with?
I spoke with other agencies, including South Fulton, and they were already developing a profile on a group of individuals, and they were able to kind of help identify by the nicknames who the persons were.
Okay, so you were able to talk to figure out nicknames of individuals, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and you said, who did you ultimately determine that particular number belongs to?
So the 6240 number
Yes.
to
Oh,
Mr.
no, I'm sorry. The number you were first speaking of, 7446.
7446. Ultimately, it was determined that it was Mr. Pittman's phone number.
Okay. Now, And how was it saved in the phone of Keandre Baker?
The 7446 number was saved as Lawhead.
And all right, I am going to direct you to what has previously been admitted as the Instagram business records belonging to Instagram user Lowhead.
That can't be pushed through our system.
Sure.
Did
Let me
you try?
Let me try it.
Why don't you try it?
Okay. Let me try it.
If it's not a video, let's try.
All right. Okay. Cool. Okay. Good.
All right. So this is exhibit, I know I interrupted you. I appreciate you pivoting. This is exhibit. It's one of the Instagrams. We've got several.
494.
494. Thank you.
Instagram record for Lowhead.
Yep.
I don't know what is going on with the computer. There we go. It's fixed now.
Okay.
All right.
Just needed to point at it. Good job.
All right. I am going to scroll down. And do you see the line my cursor is hanging over?
Yes, sir.
Okay. What does that say?
Phone numbers definition.
Okay. And will you please read that?
Yes, sir. Phone numbers. Phone numbers provided by the account holder, verified, indicates the account holder responded to a text sent to the listed phone number.
Okay. Now, will you please read the line below it that says phone number?
Yes, sir. +1-470-547-7446, verified.
Okay. And does that correspond with the number the telephone number that you determined to belong to Leandre Pittman?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Going to scroll down. In lieu of continuous scrolling. Direct. Right. I am scrolling to page 209. Apologize. There is only one way to.
You can type in the little white box 209 and it will go there.
There we
Pro tip.
go. Well,
Not that white box. See where it says page blank of 1400? Here comes,
Oh,
Right here.
I'm sorry.
So
the-
move that.
My
You can just exit.
here.
Yep.
nope,
just
slide over more.
No, it's my screen share.
Just
Is,
exit. And now.
now we got it. My screen share was blocking that
Okay,
on the Zoom.
No.
it's not the right box. It's right below it. It's the one that has the page number.
All right, page 209. What does that say my cursor is hanging over?
Profile picture.
Okay, and do you recognize the person in that profile picture?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and who do you recognize that person to be?
Mr. Pittman.
Okay. And do you see Mr. Pittman in this courtroom today?
I do.
Okay. Could you please identify him by where he is sitting and article of clothing that he's wearing?
Yes, sir. He is sitting next to his attorney, to his attorney's left. He is wearing a light blue shirt and a dark blue tie with some patterns on it.
Okay. And is that the same Mr. Pittman that you have identified as being the holder of 470-547-7446?
Yes, sir.
Please let the record reflect that the officer has identified Mr. Pittman as being the account holder of that particular phone number.
He's identified Mr. Pittman in court.
Okay.
That's what I'm going to
Okay.
say the record shows.
Oh, okay. Sounds good.
In other words, the person he described in court is Mr. Pittman.
Thank you. Okay. Now, how were you able to, let's stop this for now. I want to go back to Mr. Sanders. Well, the other phone number. Were you able to associate that particular phone number with anybody else?
The 6240 number?
Yes, will you read the whole number, please?
Yes, sir. 470-547-6240.
Okay. And were you able to associate that particular phone number with anybody?
It was saved as Lil D5 and it was associated with Mr. Sanders.
Okay. And how were you able to determine it was associated with Mr. Sanders?
So at the time that Mr. Baker was taken or arrested by Clayton County, Mr. Sanders was also with him, and he had a cell phone on his person as well.
Okay. And were you able to determine the number associated with the cell phone that Mr. Sanders had on him?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And what was that number that you determined belonged to his cell phone?
470-547-6240.
Okay. And were you able to do any, as part of your investigation, did you look into any nicknames associated with Mr. Antonio Sanders?
So upon speaking with the other agencies, the Little D5, I was advised that would be Mr. Sanders. Yes, sir.
Okay. And do you see Antonio Sanders in court today?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Will you please identify Mr. Sanders by an article of clothing that he is wearing and where he is sitting?
Yes, sir. So he is currently sitting to the left of his attorney, and he is wearing a blue button-down shirt with a kind of a light blue tie with some patterns on it.
Okay. All right. So after you identified who you believe those phone numbers to belong to, were you able to request call history and location history records from the service providers of those phones?
Yes, I was able to obtain search warrants for both of those phone numbers to get call detail records.
And what do call detail records entail?
Incoming, outgoing calls. They'll also reflect which sector of a tower that the device is being used in.
Okay.
As well as the tower's location and everything like that.
Your Honor, I am, well, what phone records did you request from Verizon?
So the Verizon. So there was several numbers that I requested records for from Verizon.
And who did you believe that? Okay. What are those numbers?
470-547-7446, 470-547-6240, and 470-698-5995, and 470-580-8025.
And of those Verizon records, did you identify any of those as belonging to Mr. Keanu Baker as well?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and how did you do that?
That information I learned from his extraction.
Okay, actually seeing the contents of his phone?
Correct.
Okay, and could you please tell the jury what number, what cell phone number is associated with Mr. Keandre Baker?
The one associated with Mr. Baker would be 470-580-8025.
And did you request all of those numbers on a singular warrant?
For Verizon, yes.
Okay. And when Verizon returned the information requested in the warrant, did it all come in a singular zip file?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, I'm tendering to the court, which are self-authenticating records through business records exception for the cell numbers of 470-547-7446, 470-547-6240, and 470-580-8025, along with the certificate of authentication from Verizon and labeled as State's Exhibit 528. I would now move to admit those into evidence.
Give me the exhibit numbers again. It was a lot of digits. I got the phone numbers, but just tell me the exhibit number.
The exhibit number is 528.
So it's the phone records for all those numbers within 528.
Correct.
Okay. Mr. Brown, any objection to states 528? This would be the business records we discussed before trial that constitute phone records.
No objection, Your Honor.
Mr. Hoover, 528?
No objection, Your Honor.
Admitted.
Okay. Once you got these returns, what did you do?
Once I got the returns, I uploaded the records into CellHawk.
Okay. And what is Cellhawk do?
So Cellhawk is a program that basically takes the raw data of the records and puts it in a more readable format. So it'll actually show you displays of what tower the phone number is hitting off of, what sector of the tower the phone number is hitting off of. You could do a common caller analysis through it. You could identify top numbers. You could filter by date and time. So it's a tool to help analyze phone records.
Okay. And is that a tool used to assist you in processing the data, essentially?
Yes.
Okay. Based off this particular information, what did you find?
So based off the phone records, for the phone numbers identified as belonging to Mr. Pittman, the 470-547-7446, and the one identified for Mr. Sanders, 470-547-6240. When I plugged those phone records in and narrowed down the times to correspond with significant events throughout the investigation, as in the shooting, the recovery of the stolen vehicles, and the theft of the paper tag. Both of those numbers appear to be reflected in the records as being in the area of all those instances.
Okay. And I want to be clear too, you are not an expert in that particular area, are you?
I'm not an expert.
Okay. And so is it common, once you make your preliminary findings, that you will have somebody who has an expertise in that type of analysis to do a more detailed analysis of those particular records?
Yes, they would.
Okay. Okay. Now, did you have any contact with any other agencies during this time about potential connected activity, other criminal activity that could be potentially connected to your scene?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Who all did you speak with?
I believe I spoke with Fairburn Police,
Did you have any contact with Gwinnett County?
Gwinnett County, yes, sir.
Okay.
Worked with Clayton County.
We've heard from them. I want to focus on Gwinnett. Okay.
Yes, sir.
What sort of information was provided to you from Gwinnett?
So in Gwinnett County, I learned that there was a incident at a hotel.
Okay.
Where several individuals came to the parking lot, began breaking into cars, stealing items, and someone attempted to confront them by yelling at them, and they in turn fired shots at the individual.
Okay. Now, did you take any steps to see if it was actually potentially linked to your scene?
So I was in contact with Gwinnett PD, and an attempt was made to see if there was a match between the shell casings and their incident and any of the casings we may have recovered.
Okay. From the vehicles that you
From the
referenced.
vehicles, yes, throughout the investigation.
Okay. And did you make any attempt to talk with Gwinnett or recover any other vehicles that may have been involved in Gwinnett's shooting?
I know I've spoken with Gwinnett, but I don't recall looking for any other vehicles in their case.
Okay. Did you even explore that?
Well, I believe they shared the video from the hotel,
Right.
and there was a separate vehicle, but based off my evidence collected towards my homicide investigation, I was not able to really place that vehicle as involved in this case.
Okay. Did you, I guess what I'm, okay. What direction did your investigation take you?
Well, once the phone records were received, and everything was plotted out based off the information and identifying the individuals, the investigation took me towards Mr. Pittman and Mr. Sanders.
Okay. Did you believe that there could be more people involved?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And did you take any additional steps to try and figure out, who those other individuals might be?
I tried by looking in Mr. Baker's phone to see if those other numbers had any names associated with them, which they did not. I was able to also plug those other phone numbers, identifying that time frame into the Cellhawk program to see about potential areas where those numbers were, and they were not around the scene of the homicide.
Okay. Ultimately, the initial arrest warrants, was it your decision to pursue arrest warrants against Antonio Sanders and Leandre Pittman?
Yes, sir.
And what'd you base that decision on?
On the extraction from Mr. Baker's phone, identifying the phone numbers and the locations of the phones identified as belonging to Mr. Pittman and Sanders. Specifically, when Mr. Sanders was arrested, he had a phone on him which returned with that phone number. And when Mr. Pittman was arrested, he also had a cell phone, which I was advised when Clayton County arrested him that returned with the phone number associated to him in Mr. Baker's phone.
Okay. Why did you not take out warrants for murder against Keandre Baker?
Analyzing the phone records, he does not appear to be near the area of the homicide during or around that time.
Okay. Did he appear to be at Stone Road after the homicide?
Yes, I believe it reflected that he was at Stone Road.
Okay. But you could not place him on or near the scene of the homicide at the time of the homicide?
Correct.
Okay. Keandre Baker, I'm sorry, not Keandre Baker. Leandre Pittman and Antonio Sanders, the ones you just stated, you took out murder warrants for. Are those the same two individuals that you identified during your testimony in court today?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Let me- Okay. Those are all the questions I have at the moment.
All right. Why don't we all stand up for a second? We're not taking a break. Let's just stand up. Do a little stretching, except for Mr. Hoover, because you're going to be standing up in just a second. All right. Mr. Hoover, if you've got questions for Investigator Sajak, he is ready for you.
Actually, Mr. Brown is gonna go first this time.
All right. You guys throwing me off. I try that. I'm told no.
Gotta keep you on your toes.
Yep.
Good afternoon, Detective.
Good afternoon, sir.
So, Mr. Baker was not charged with similar crimes as these defendants because he wasn't at the scene of the homicide, but you use his information you gleaned from his cell phone to lead you to these two. So he should have at least be a party to these crimes. Isn't that correct?
Um, could be after the fact, I guess.
After the fact? But per your testimony, these two were making calls contemporaneously with the murder. So would it be after the fact or contemporaneously?
So let's not get into legal argumentation with the witness. You can ask him about facts, but not legal concepts like parties to a crime.
Yes, Your Honor. Okay, so who is Brazy T? Brazy Tay?
So Brazy Tate, again, tried to submit the Google order, but I didn't get any results back for a subscriber.
So you haven't identified Brazy Tay?
Correct.
Okay. A lot of fingerprint evidence was collected in this pursuant to this matter, as well as some DNA. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. As far as the DNA, no DNA was collected that leads back to Mr. Pittman. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And as far as the fingerprint evidence, no fingerprint evidence was collected that leads back to Mr. Pittman. Is that correct?
That's correct.
But there is fingerprint evidence that places Mr. Baker inside the K5. Is that correct? Let me rephrase. Was there not a palm print in the K5 that led to that identified Mr. Baker?
I would object. It's not under his purview. It's somebody else's testimony.
Will you be calling a witness who will be talking about results of latent prints, palm or finger that were lifted?
Yes, we will.
Let's save it till then and ask the correct witness.
Okay. And there is no video that captures Mr. Denny being murdered. Is that correct? Actually being shot.
Correct. Just the video
Okay.
that we saw.
Okay. So there's no video that captures who shot Mr. Denny. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And there's no eyewitness that would testify that Mr. Pittman shot Mr. Denny. Is that correct?
Not one that came forward, no.
There was an eyewitness that did not come forward?
We were not able to identify any eyewitnesses, but based off a vehicle coming and going, I'm sure there were some people that were present at the scene.
That you believe?
Correct.
Okay. Do you have any evidence that any of the occupants of the stolen K5 actually shot Mr. Denny?
There was shell casings recovered inside of the K5.
Inside of the K5?
Yes, sir.
Okay. But the shell casings found around Mr. Denny, they all match back to Mr. Denny's firearm. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So is there any other evidence that you have that an occupant of the K5 shot Mr. Denny?
Other than the shell casings, no, sir.
Okay. Was shell casings found in the stolen Cadillac?
No, sir.
Okay. Do you have evidence that placed Mr. Pittman inside of the K5?
No, sir.
Okay. Do you have evidence that places Mr. Pittman inside of the stolen Cadillac?
No, sir.
Do you have evidence that placed Mr. Pittman inside of the Dodge Challenger?
No, sir.
So if Mr. Baker is a party after the fact, or if I That
You
was.
can ask, I'm gonna say he doesn't need to answer it if it's a question that gets into what do we mean legally by these concepts. So go ahead and ask your question and I'll filter it.
Yes. Is he going to be charged?
Do you make charging decisions? As in whether someone's indicted or not?
Not indictments, sir, no.
Okay.
But these defendants were arrested before they were indicted, right?
So you can say arrest, but don't say charged.
Oh, do you plan to make an arrest as far as it pertains to Mr. Baker?
Not at this time.
Do you know where Mr. Baker is now?
No, sir.
Okay. Just so I have no.
Thank you, Mr. Brown. Mr. Hoover?
Good afternoon, Investigator Sajak.
Good afternoon, sir.
I first want to start with the IG accounts. So, well, let me back up. You're the lead investigator in this case, correct?
Yes, sir.
And even though you didn't do every step of the investigation, you were the one that pretty much, did you receive the reports or did you receive documents from the other officers that did things in the case?
Yes, we maintain communication.
So if Officer Harris writes a report because he was the first one on scene, at some point you would talk to him and get that report, correct?
Well, I could pull it myself, but yes, I mean, I'd talk to him on the scene.
Okay, but you have access to pull it yourself?
Yes.
Okay. So based off of everything that you've seen as the lead investigator, you never saw a single group chat or group messages involving Antonio Sanders talking about the murder at the Goodwill, did you?
No.
Based off of your investigation as the lead investigator, you never saw him screenshotting pictures of the parking lot, did you?
No.
Based off of your investigation, going over everything, he was never involved in any messages about trading Kias or Challengers or anything, was it?
Not to my recollection.
Based off of your recollection, he wasn't part of any group conversations about trading guns or anything like that, was it?
I don't believe so.
But based off of your investigation, you know Keandre Baker was, right?
Yes.
Now, something had me a little confused. When you were talking with the state and we were looking at the poll camera, you said that you weren't aware of the third vehicle at that time? Did I hear you correctly?
Yes, initially at the scene, basing the investigation off the license plate reads, I was only aware of the two vehicles.
So let's back up a bit. When did you actually get the footage for the poll camera?
I believe Detective Young pulled that video and assisted with that.
Can you give me a date or a time of when you actually saw the poll camera surveillance?
Let me see if I made a note of it. Oh, no, sir. I don't recall when.
Okay. Did you see the poll surveillance before or after you arrived to the scene?
After.
After. All right. So you arrived to the scene, you spoke to at least Officer Harris, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. And he briefed you on the information he had?
Yes.
All right. Did you get a chance to speak with the clerk that was in the gas station?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And he briefed you on the information he had?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did you see the poll surveillance before or after you went to speak with Ms. Joyner about the stolen tag?
That would have been after. I believe it would have been after.
So you saw her first before you saw the surveillance?
I believe so.
Okay. So you leave the Goodwill, you go to Ms. Joyner, and Ms. Joyner briefed you on what she witnessed, I'm assuming, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so this is why I'm confused. Because you said you weren't aware of the third car, but you spoke to Officer Harris, you got information from the clerk, you got information from Ms. Joyner, and from the evidence already, we know that all of them said there were 2 to 3 cars. So you at least knew that there was possibly a third car.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so it wasn't correct what you said with Mr. Hiles at the beginning, that you didn't even know about it. You knew it existed.
Right. I just didn't at the time have evidence of it.
That's a little different, but okay, now we're on the same page. So you knew the third car. Then we were talking about the second car that was in Gwinnett. What kind of car was that?
I'm not sure.
Okay. The third car that we saw on the poll camera, what kind of car was that?
I'm not sure.
So how do you know they're not the same car?
I don't.
But you testified to that with Mr. Hiles, so that wasn't true either, was it?
Objection, I don't believe he testified to that.
I believe he did.
Well, the jury will remember. Let's ask your next question.
My
You
next
can,
question.
in your closing, argue all you want rather than with the witness.
And now my next question in regards to this third car, how do you know that it had a license or it had a temp tag on it?
I didn't know that.
Okay. So it was possible for you to get the license plate of that if you actually looked into that third car, you just didn't do it.
Correct.
Okay. What time was the Kia eventually recovered?
Around 6:40 a.m.
6:48. What time was the Challenger eventually recovered?
It was recovered around the same time that the victim's Cadillac was recovered.
What time was the Cadillac recovered?
I believe that would have been around 11 a.m. or so.
Now, based off of the lead investigator, you being the lead investigator and looking over everything, do you know whether or not the firearm that was recovered from Antonio when he was arrested matched up to any of the shell casings at the Gwinnett shooting?
I would object to that. It would be something outside of his knowledge, and we will have.
Well, he can say, I don't know.
Exactly.
Yeah, I don't know.
Okay. And based off of just the information you have, again, if you don't know, just say, I don't know. The weapon that was recovered from Antonio, did it cause any of the shell casings from
Antonio.
I'm sorry, Antonio Sanders.
Okay.
Did it cause any of the shell casings found at the Goodwill?
No.
Okay. At some point or are you aware that at some point, somebody swabbed Antonio Sanders' mouth, I believe?
Yes, sir.
Could you explain to the jury what that is and why that would actually happen?
It was a buccal swab conducted at the Fulton County Jail to collect DNA.
So why did you swab his mouth?
To potentially see if there would be any matches to any of the DNA collected throughout the investigation.
And based off of the knowledge you have about the entire investigation, did his DNA come back to anything that was tested for DNA?
I did not.
Okay. Based off of all the information that you have, do you know how many people were actually at the scene during the shooting?
I mean, I don't want to speculate, but someone had to drive the Cadillac, drive the other car, and obviously the victim was there.
But besides that, you don't know if there were 6 people, you don't know if there were 3 people, you have no idea?
Correct.
Okay. So why did you do a buccal swab for Mr. Baker?
Because based off the review of the records, it didn't appear that he was in that area.
Well, my first question was, did you do it?
I did not.
Okay, you didn't do it.
Your question was, why didn't you?
Oh, I'm
And he
sorry.
answered your question of why didn't you?
Then I said that incorrectly. So you didn't do it, but that's the reason why.
Correct.
Okay, now you keep saying that Mr. Baker wasn't there, but you said he was on Stone Road. What time was he on Stone Road?
Well, the vehicle that he was identified with through the Instagram screenshot, excuse me, would have been around 5 a.m.
So maybe it was the way I asked the question. Are you saying that the vehicle was on Stone Road at 5 a.m. or Mr. Baker was on Stone Road at 5 a.m.?
No, I'm saying that the vehicle associated with Mr. Baker through the Instagram screenshot was on Stone Road around 5 a.m.
So you're associating that vehicle with him specifically off of the Instagram?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so you have no idea how long he was in the Kia or if he was ever in the Kia?
Correct.
Okay, and you have no idea how long he was in the Caddy or if he was ever in the Caddy?
Correct.
You have no idea how long he was in the third vehicle that we don't know what it is, or if he ever wasn't, do you?
No.
So what you're saying is the car puts him on Stone Road, but like he doesn't put him, there's nothing else that puts him physically on Stone Road.
I would probably have to review the phone records in that matter. But once I observed the two phone numbers for Mr. Pittman and Sanders, that they were in the actual area of the incident, that's what I put my focus on.
And I get that, but you just admitted that you have no idea who's in that third car, right?
Correct.
So you don't know if Mr. Baker was in that third car.
Right.
But then that also means you don't know if Mr. Baker was actually on Stone Road.
Okay. Yes.
Is that okay? Is that a yes?
Yes.
Okay. I have no further questions. Thank you.
Mr. Hiles?
Yes. Did you get known samples of DNA for both Mr. Pittman and for Antonio Sanders to be compared? Potential evidence recovery.
I collected it from Mr. Sanders.
Okay. And did you request a known sample be collected for Mr. Pittman?
I don't recall if I did.
Okay. Did you have evidence that the phone records of Antonio Sanders and Leonard Pittman tracked alongside the K5?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And did those phone records also coincide with license plate reads that the Kia K5 and the Cadillac hit?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And did you have evidence that the phone records of Leonard Pittman tracked with the Kia K5?
Yes.
And did you have evidence that the
Objection leading, the last three questions are leading.
It's a yes or no question doesn't make it leading. You can keep going.
and did you have evidence that Mr. Pittman's phones also tracked along with the stolen Cadillac?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And did those phone records also track the license plate readers that the Cadillac was driving by?
I believe so, sir. Yes.
Okay. And were those phone records also associated with the major events surrounding the murder of Lawrence Denny?
Yes, sir.
That's all I have.
Any recross?
Yes, sir. Detective, if you didn't suspect Mr. Baker in the murder, then why did you have his phone extracted?
I initially was to assist Clayton County deputies with their investigations into auto thefts. And when I came across potential conversations and evidence of my homicide, that's when I ceased looking at that and secured a separate Fulton County warrant to look into the phone further, at that point, targeting my homicide investigation.
So I have you on.
All right, Mr. Hoover, anything else?
No, Your Honor, no further questions.
Okay, jurors, questions for the detective? Take your time, write them down. Deputy Gordon will collect them.
How long will Josh say? He said 2. Okay. Oh, yeah, I didn't get Josh. Okay, I'll call you said 2.
Look, I carry it down, okay? Fuck info. Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah, why don't we double up? Hold on one second. That's smart. Let's go here. All right, while I talk with the lawyers about these, why don't you all use the restroom, get coffee, whatever, and we'll bring you back in when it's time for these questions. Thanks.
Sorry, is it okay if I use the restroom?
Sure. Attorneys, you don't get a break.
Good night, Mr. Howell. So yeah, check.
Y'all need these buttons?
Oh, I see. Yeah, the earbuds coming in. Cause he was in the game. Yeah, the old administration, the fraud, and he was trying to the grace of God. I feel like this is 2016, but that's better. This. You don't like liver? That's what okay. I'm gonna go liver too. Yeah.
When were you planning on doing that? Let's finish this witness. Okay, we'll figure it out. Oh, they're not even in here. Okay, hold on. Don't bring them in yet. Go. What was your situation with a short witness?
I think we'll get her in. I didn't realize what time it is. I don't.
Right, I'll be right back. I need to check one thing.
Is it gonna be her? Or the one you were just talking about, or she's coming back tomorrow?
No, it's gonna be, he said she was the one, the video that I sent you of Mr. Sanders and his billboards.
Yeah.
She was the one that sent me that video.
Who is it? I was gonna say, you think you're gonna get an analysis? She did the analysis in an hour?
No, she got there's no analysis. Oh, no,
I thought you were gonna call her.
she said she could be here if we had.
Yeah. Which goes to she coming out too?
Hey, well, we got just samples. Samples.
That was kind of 2020 case. I got one more.
Oh,
I left.
Will you have her, give Chris a to review this and sign that?
Do that and sign that.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah,
it's
I
a-
mean,
kind of plea,
the
but the
after lunch, I think
was
that's much better.
yeah, yeah.
I mean, it was just, I never used the lead as a crime scene tag.
based on the gun.
Adam says he did it, and it cut out some witnesses were already.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, at this rate, I don't see how we don't go into.
Because Monday, we gotta do. Wednesday.
Tomorrow's Friday.
Tomorrow's Friday, yeah, I'm on my today's Friday. Right. But Mason said she can come back Friday. Lason said he can come back Friday. We'll talk. Yeah.
I don't, I'm tired of it. We'll do ECT and then we could probably start the.
Yeah, I'm trying to get.
Yeah.
So I just talked to your girl. We were talking to her, she's laughing at me.
I see too.
No, I mean.
You butter it up.
We were talking about the
It was on my calendar. Who was it?
Well, maybe we needed you out there at the beginning. Cause she was.
Yeah, we were sharing perfume stuff. Yeah. Well, I guess your charm doesn't work on everybody, girls.
It worked on her. I got it here. Well, actually, I did.
Oh, jeez.
The using.
What?
I just thought.
Oh, you mean the sounds that I make? I just sound that something. Sometimes I try.
Some stuff, I get sick.
Oh, the YouTube. Oh.
They were all done with me. Then I guess they were arguing, because I interviewed the guy, and they wanted like the best evidence rule. So, they just picked the significant clips of the thing. So the defense, I guess, out of their way, and they wanted to play all the video. It was like a 3-hour video. So they called me back in. I had to sit here. And my phone was while it played, and nothing came of it. It was just something they wanted to do. It's like, geez.
Last quarter, last in,
One spring, right?
That's 5 million. Oh, I heard.
So that one makes You mean when I'm questioning what is it?
Yeah.
No, I mean, listen, if I can get to drop. So what did the witness say, sir? I need you to tell me the whole thing. Oh, yeah. Why?
I still at the
What's
best.
wrong?
We're good now.
Oh,
I was like, I didn't know.
you got your water, or you finished it already?
I finished it.
You got your bottle, I can go fill it for you.
Oh, I threw it out.
You threw it out? I think you're almost done though. Okay?
Is he all right? Oh. That is,
Oh, no, no.
it was like, I thought your head was down. Everything okay? Whose phone system? Oh, it's not working? Okay. All right. Are we ready for the jurors, Mr. Hiles?
Yes, we are.
As soon as
Let's
I
get
find-
these guys out. Okay. Good. Okay. Okay. So he's secure now. Okay.
You get a full day, wouldn't yeah. She wants to stay and prep for this.
Oh, well, that's fine. You want me to go tell her? I can tell her.
Yeah, tell her, Manson, not the others, because I think we can still get to them. At least, well, with the Issa too. The sure Issa too. Not quite yet. I don't want to, but yeah, they'll be back tomorrow.
Briefs. Need this?
Yes.
All right, Mr. Hoover, Mr. Brown, we ready?
Yes, Your Honor.
Let's bring the jurors back in, please.
All right, sir. The president of the county board.
Thank you, Deputy Gordon. All right, Investigator Sajak, few more questions. You thought you were done, not so fast. One of the phone numbers for which you requested information ended, I believe, in 5995. We haven't heard anything about that. Whose phone number did you believe that was, or did the records come back to tell you it was?
I was not able to identify whose number that was.
Okay. Where is Stone Road in relation to the Goodwill on Collier?
Stone Road was, it's a bit away.
Did you go north, south,
South.
east, south?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and if you and I were driving the speed limit from Collier, how long would it, from the Goodwill, how long would it take to get to Stone Road, ballpark?
Oh, I honestly couldn't tell you.
Is it 5 minutes away?
No, it would be probably 20 minutes maybe.
Okay, how about just the neighborhoods? Is Stone Road in Old Fourth Ward? Is it in the Cascade area? Where would you, you're Atlanta police, where would you say it is? What neighborhood?
I couldn't tell you honestly. I believe it was in zone 4. The call for service for that. One second.
Well, tell the jurors where zone 4 is. That means something to you, but is zone 4 in Texas, or where is that?
Yeah, so it's in zone 4, which would be kind of the southwest area of Atlanta.
Okay. If you know from your review of the phone records, whether it was cell hawk or you looking at other things, did it show that the phones that you were saying belonged to Mr. Sanders and Mr. Pittman went straight from the Goodwill to Stone Road, or were there stops elsewhere?
I believe at some point the records reflected them going in the area of where the Kia was ultimately recovered. And then I believe after that is when they went to Stone Road.
Okay, so from Goodwill to wherever the Kia was recovered, which was where?
That was 3790 Morning Creek Drive.
All right, I'm gonna put you on the spot. Where's that in Atlanta? Or is it not in Atlanta?
I believe that fell on either East Point or College Park.
Okay, so one of the towns south of Atlanta.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and from there, according to the phone information, as you understand it, the phones associated with Sanders and Pittman ended up at the Stone Road location.
Near Stone Road, to my recollection, yes, sir.
Okay. When you're going to examine a homicide scene, do you try to get video surveillance before you do that? So you're responding to a scene like the Goodwill. Do you try to look at the video footage of what might have been recorded of that situation before you start marking things and having people take pictures?
It's kind of a case by case situation. It depends what time of day and if people would have access to the surveillance system. In this instance, the Goodwill was closed and we didn't have the ability to access it.
Okay. Did you go over to was it a Citgo?
Yes, sir.
And say, could we see your video?
Yeah, we asked about the video there, but he said that his manager wouldn't be until like 2:00 in the afternoon.
Okay. Whoever could give you access to it wasn't around. Got it. Tell the jurors if a projectile is the same thing as a bullet. And what you mean by projectile, because there's some confusion. Projectile, bullet, shell casing. Maybe you could do a little anatomy of, I think it's called a cartridge.
Well, I'm no expert, but yes, the projectile is pretty much what's referred to as the bullet once it's fired from the gun. So projectile and bullet, I mean, it's just a different term for it.
It's what comes out of the front of the gun, the
Yes,
barrel of the gun.
Yes, sir.
Okay,
Versus the casing, which is what's ejected and holds the gunpowder in there.
got it. Why did you not get into Goodwill right then and there when you saw what looked to you like bullet holes, projectile holes in the Goodwill windows?
Because again, the business was closed. I mean, in hindsight, I guess we could have potentially maybe reached out to a manager or try to find somebody, but I didn't even know who we would call. You know, and at that point, if we would get a search warrant to get inside, we'd probably have to damage the door.
Okay. Was there any evidence connecting the .32 caliber gun that was recovered, connecting it to Mr. Denny, other than the fact that it was found next to Mr. Denny?
No, I mean, I wasn't able to obtain any proofs of purchase or receipts or anything.
Okay. Were there shell casings found at the scene of the homicide from any other caliber of gun than a .32 caliber gun?
No, sir. The only casings, the 7 casings recovered were all .32.
Were there any rounds, cartridges, as in unfired bullets, remaining in the .32?
I don't believe so.
Were you ever able to learn what caliber of bullet struck Mr. Denny in the chest?
No, I was not advised what caliber was retrieved from.
Did you ever learn what caliber of projectiles, the bullet that comes out the gun, were found in the Goodwill? You showed the pictures of.
Right. No, I mean, they were submitted, but I never heard what caliber they were.
Okay.
And
would that be part of what you asked the experts to determine, the caliber of the projectiles, if they're able to do that?
if they're able to do it, I don't know if they're able to do it once, you know, the bullet actually strikes something and falls apart, so.
Okay, but that would be something that we'd learn from the ballistics expert.
Yes, sir.
Okay. When asked about whether any of the prints that were lifted from the vehicles and whatnot matched Mr. Pittman, I think Mr. Brown was asking that. You said no, they didn't match or none matched. Do you know if the prints that were lifted were compared only against known prints of Mr. Pittman and Mr. Sanders? Or do they run through some super FBI database and I had to be fingerprinted for this job. If they matched mine, they could come up and say Robert McBurney. Were they run that way or only compared against your suspects?
So from my experience, they would be run through a database. So if someone was previously arrested and their fingerprints were on file, or if, like in this instance, that you're fingerprinted, I believe it would come back with a return. Because on a previous case, I had prints come off of a car and came back to someone in New York, so.
Okay, you didn't get my prints off. Okay, good. Do you know if anyone was able to determine if either of the projectiles found in the Goodwill store was the projectile that we heard testimony that it was a perforating wound? It went through Mr. Denny. Do you know if anyone ever determined if either of the projectiles found in the Goodwill store was the projectile that went through Mr. Denny?
No, sir.
One of the phone numbers you talked about had an area code of 470. Can you tell jurors if you know what area or region 470 is associated with?
Metro Atlanta.
Do you know if a cell phone is turned off, you power off your phone, if it still can be tracked through whatever mechanism tracks where cell phones are?
If a cell phone is powered off, you would not receive any call records. So yeah, I wouldn't be able to see if it's off.
All right. Mr. Hiles, do you have any questions for Investigator Sajak based on all of that?
Briefly, oh yeah, can we talk about? So the cell phone records, correct? Were you testifying? Did you have those records in front of you right now?
No.
Okay, and in those precise locations, were those the best of your memory?
Yes.
Okay, and were you aware that the FBI did a detailed analysis of those records, furthering what you testified to?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and would you defer to their knowledge when analyzing those type of records?
Absolutely.
Okay. Anything else? Yeah, I don't have anything further.
Mr. Brown, I think you're next in the cycle for this witness.
Nothing further.
All right, Mr. Hoover.
How many shell casings did you say were recovered from the Goodwill?
I believe it was 7.
And do you know which weapon those shell casings came from?
I believe they all came from Mr. Denny's firearm.
Showing you what's marked as State's Exhibit 509. Is this the weapon that you're speaking of?
Yes, sir.
Are you familiar with this weapon at all?
I've never shot it or manipulated it, no, sir.
Okay, so you don't know that the capacity for that is only 6 rounds, not 7?
Is it 6 in the magazine or 6 plus 1, as in 1 in the chamber?
My research, I get 6.
So let's not get into your research, which wouldn't be before the jury.
That's why I'm asking. That's why I'm asking.
Okay.
No, I'm not familiar with the capacity.
Yeah. No further questions.
Okay. All right, Investigator Sajak, thank you for your time.
Thank you.
In your honor, I do would like to retain this witness.
You'll manage him however he's willing to be managed. Whether you're releasing him from a subpoena or not, I'm releasing him for today. He should get out of here. But if he has to come back to testify, that's up to all the lawyers. He has testified plenty for today.
I think so. I agree. Yeah, you're good.
All right, next witness.
Your honor, the state would call Isatu Sise.
You swear affirm that testimony you will give the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. And you state this spelling and name for the record?
Aissatou Cisse.
Okay, ma'am, I need you to get real close to the microphone so we can hear you. So once you get situated, you can bend, it bends down, so it's closer to you. There you go. And if you could spell your name, please.
Issatou. Last name Cisse, Ceesay.
Thank you so much.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
For waiting. I'm going to be. What city do you currently reside in?
South Fulton
Okay. And how long have you been in the city of South Fulton?
since 2016. 16.
Okay. And Your Honor, can we pause real quickly, please, for a motion? Or the 418 instruction?
You'd like me to give that now?
Yes.
Okay, that's not a motion, but I will do that. That's okay. Ladies and gentlemen, I mentioned at the beginning of the trial, when I was giving you the initial charge about the burden and reasonable doubt and telling you can take notes if you want. One element to this case is that there may be, and it sounds like we're about to get some evidence that is admissible for limited purposes, i.e. against only one defendant and not both. And I told you when that was coming, I'd let you know that what you may hear from witness X, and this would be one of those witnesses, may be something that is admissible only as to Mr. Pittman or Mr. Sanders. And the way it's been explained to me, you're not going to have to guess. It will be clear that it relates to one or the other. And you are to consider it only as to that witness. And it sounds like it will likely be evidence that the state is seeking to persuade you is proof that either Mr. Pittman or Mr. Sanders was involved with a gang or engaged in gang activity. So we'll see how this flows. It should be clear what it is that Ms. Ceesay has to say that would be attributable, if at all, to just one of the defendants. But keep that in mind. If you start to hear something about defendant X did this, then that's evidence solely attributable to that defendant in terms of conduct unrelated to these charges. So something that happened at a different time involving a different situation, okay?
Okay. In August of 2020, did you have your cars broken into?
Huh?
Were your cars broken into?
You need to speak
Yes.
up too. She's hard to hear, you're hard to hear. Speak up, please.
Were your cars broken into in 2020?
Yes.
Okay. And did this happen at your house?
Yes.
Okay. And do you have video footage at your house?
Yes.
Okay. And was your video footage operational?
Yes.
Okay. And did you actually retain video of the individuals breaking into your vehicles?
Yes.
Okay. I am showing you what has been marked as State's Exhibit 498. It's a thumb drive. Is that your initials on the thumb drive?
Yes.
Okay. And is this actual video of the individuals breaking into your cars at your house from August of?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state will tender State's Exhibit 498 into evidence and move to admit it.
Mr. Brown, any objection to states 498?
No objection, Your Honor.
Mr. Hoover?
No objection, Your Honor.
498 is admitted.
Your Honor, it's a short video. Would you like me to try the Zoom or would you
It'd be easier if, why don't you see if it works? If it doesn't, ladies and gentlemen, the issue with the video display system here is that because the way exhibits are shared is through Wi-Fi rather than through hardwire, when a video is played, there's sometimes lag. And whoever is using it may try to stop it, and it stops 10 seconds later. What's on his screen is 4 seconds before what you see, especially if we're trying to hear what's being said on the video. It doesn't always go well. We're going to try it, but if it doesn't work, then it will be HDMI directly into that one screen. It's easier for the witness if we keep it on our Zoom room setup, because then she can simply look at that screen. Thank you for giving it a try, Mr. Hiles. Like one of the examples would be that black box, but it's going away.
Your Honor, there's about a 15-second lag.
Is there supposed to be audio?
There is some audio you can.
Okay, I'm not sure what the problem with the lag was. I watched the whole thing.
Oh, well, so video is still going. I mean, I can, like, my video has been done in the sound one. Yeah, my video on my screen was done.
Right, it's done here too.
It was done 20 seconds before the.
So what would you like to play it? What did we lose in fidelity by doing it this way?
We didn't. I was
Okay.
just kidding. If there's going to be audio, you need to be understood. It'll have to be.
Got it. Okay.
How many cars at your house were broken into that night?
2.
Did you have any property taken?
Yes.
What was taken from you?
My sunglasses and my wallet in my car, and my niece car too. No, my sunglasses and my wallet and my niece car, the black car on the side.
Would you point to behind you? If you could point to the car that you're talking about.
This one is my car, this one is my niece. Both of them were sleeping.
Okay. Did you know the individuals that broke into your car?
No,
And had you ever seen them before?
no.
Did you call the police?
Yes,
And did you make a report with City of South Fulton?
yes.
And did you hear anything? Well, I'm gonna stop there. No further questions.
All right. Can you take the share down?
Yeah, I sure can.
Thanks. Mr. Hoover, do you have any questions of Ms. Cisse?
No questions, Your Honor.
Mr. Brown?
I don't have any questions, Your Honor. I might have a motion.
Okay, well, we'll take that up at some point. You just hold that thought?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Any questions from the jurors for Ms. Cisse? No? Thank you, ma'am, for coming. I appreciate your time.
Thank you.
You are free to go.
Thank you.
All right, next witness.
It's up to you. Yeah.
Okay.
Just get her started.
Your Honor, the state calls Alexandra Jason.
Raise your right hand. You swear or affirm that testimony you'll give will be true and the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Go ahead and have a seat. Swear to God, you're right.
Yes, my name is Alexandra Jason. That's Alexandra, and Jason is Jasin.
Good afternoon, Ms. Jason.
Good afternoon.
How are you currently employed, ma'am?
I'm employed at the Georgia Bureau of Investigation in the Division of Forensic Science in the Biology Unit.
Okay, how long have you been with GBI?
4 years.
Okay, what were you doing before that?
I worked at Pfizer in their quality assurance lab, and then I also worked in Dow Chemical in their environmental toxicology lab.
Now, you said you work in the biology section at GBI,
Yes,
in the crime lab.
yes.
What do you do in that section?
I'm a forensic DNA analyst.
Okay, and briefly tell us what your duties are in that position.
We receive evidence from state and local agencies, and then I perform DNA analysis on them and compare them to any individuals related to the case.
Can you just let the jury know what's your education and training?
I got my bachelor's from Northern Michigan University in forensic biochemistry, and at the GBI, I underwent 1.5 years of training that included oral, written, and practical examinations, as well as a 6-month supervised casework period.
Is the GBI an accredited crime lab nationally?
Yes.
What does that mean?
It means that there's an outside body that will do essentially annual check-ins on the lab to make sure that we are following not just our policies, but a set of standards that must be followed throughout the nation for forensic DNA.
Have you testified in court before as an expert witness?
Yes.
Okay, and what did you testify at, like what expertise, what area of expertise?
Forensic DNA analysis.
Okay, how many times?
19.
Okay, have you testified here in Fulton County Superior Court?
Yes.
Have you testified in other courts in Georgia?
Yes.
At this time, Judge, I would tender Ms. Jason as an expert in forensic DNA analysis.
Mr. Brown, do you wish to examine Ms. Jason in this field? Or do you have any objection to having her qualified as an expert in the field of DNA forensic analysis?
I have no objection.
Okay, Mr. Hoover?
No objection for purposes of this trial, Your Honor.
Great. Ms. Jason, for purposes of this trial, you're qualified as an expert in the field of DNA forensic analysis.
All right, so Ms. Jason, what evidence comes into the crime lab there at GBI? Do you all create your own case number for GBI purposes?
Yes. So when the evidence is brought into the GBI, it is received by our evidence receiving technicians to make sure it's labeled and properly packaged, and then they take pictures of it with the GBI unique case number on it, which is a sticker with a barcode, so that we can track it throughout the lab.
So I want to turn your attention then to case number GBI Department of Forensic Sciences case number 2020-1027814. Did you do some testing as it relates to that case number, Ms. Jason?
Yes.
All right. And who are the subjects listed under that case number?
May I please refer to my notes?
Yes, ma'am. But if you're referring to something, let's just make sure we're all on the same document. My guess is it's something that you provided the state and they provided the defense, but let's just make sure.
So let's do it this way, Ms. Jason. Okay. As a part of your job there at GBI, do you have to author reports?
Yes.
Okay. And do you author reports like when you're done with testing in a specific case?
Yes.
All right. Okay, when looking at the report that you authored for this testing that we're about to talk about, would that refresh your recollection?
Yes.
Okay, now you can hold on to it, the defense attorneys have seen it. Go ahead and just refresh your recollection with it and let me know when you're ready to talk about the subjects identified under this case number.
Yes, I'm ready.
Okay, so how many subjects were there under that case number?
There were 2 subjects,
Okay, and what are their names?
Antonio Sanders and Leandre Pittman.
Okay, and was there another person associated under that case number as well?
Yes, a victim.
Okay, and what was that person's name?
Lawrence Denny.
Okay, all right. Let's talk about what DNA is. Take it down to the basics for us. Tell the jurors, what do you mean when you say DNA?
Well, DNA stands for deoxyribonucleic acid. It's the building block that makes us who we are. We get half of it from our mom and half from our dad, and it is unique to each individual with the exception of identical siblings.
Okay, and how do you go about testing for DNA?
So I like to break it down into about 4 parts. We start when we get the evidence. I take a small cutting of it, and it starts with extraction, which is where we're able to separate the DNA molecule from the rest of the cellular components and items in the evidence. From there, it moves on to quantification, which is where we determine how much DNA we were able to extract from that evidence. It then moves on to amplification, which is where we make millions and millions of copies of very specific sections of the DNA. And with the use of instrumentation and computer programming, we can then essentially get a nice graphical representation of that data. So I'll look at what looks like peaks on a graph for those specific locations. I analyze and interpret that data, and then I compare to any individuals related to the case.
Are those procedures you just described for the jury, Ms. Jason, generally accepted in the scientific community?
Yes.
And are they reliable and reproducible?
Yes.
And are those procedures based on valid scientific theory?
Yes.
And did you follow those procedures as you tested the evidence in this case?
Yes.
Okay, let's talk about that. What did you receive for testing from this report here that you authored?
I received swabbings from a number of masks. I believe there were 4 surgical masks, or like the white and blue masks, and then what was described as a cloth mask. And then I also tested swabbings from a Nestle water bottle.
Did you receive any other items as a means of comparison?
Yes, there were. There were 2, a buccal swab from each of the subjects and then a blood stain card from the victim.
When you say a buccal swab, is that sometimes pronounced buccal swab too?
Yes.
Okay, can you tell the jurors what a buccal or buccal swab is?
It's just a swabbing from the inside of your cheek.
Okay. And how would one go about getting that kind of swab? Like is it just like a piece of cotton tipped instrument that you just kind of swab your cheeks with on the inside?
Yes, it essentially would be a long Q-tip with only one end being the cotton swab, and they would just rub it and roll it essentially like a full roll against someone's cheek on the inside.
Okay, so you said you got buccal swabs from each of the listed subjects, Pittman and Sanders, right?
Yes.
Did you get anything else for the victim?
A blood stain card.
Okay, what's that?
It would be essentially a small index card with droplets of the individual's blood.
Okay, and would that come from the medical examiner's office taken at autopsy now?
Yes.
Okay, I'm just double checking this here. So I got 458 as a face mask.
4 face masks, yeah.
456, that's the minute maid bottle. 457, yeah, it's not perfect. All right, so Ms. Jason, are you familiar with a person by the name of Angel Segrest at GBI?
Yes.
Okay, who's that?
She was a serologist at the GBI. She no longer works there.
And what do you mean a serologist?
A serologist is someone who tests items to determine if they are a specific biological fluid. At the GBI, we test for blood, semen, and saliva.
Okay, so is she the person who you got the swabbings from for the items that you listed from your report there that you used to compare?
Yes.
Okay, so I want to show you, all this stuff is already admitted into evidence. I'm going to start with states 458. Does the GBI use like a specific tape on evidence bags? Like a specific color? Oh, please, yes, go ahead.
Yes, we do.
Okay, do you need another one?
Um,
You have some more of those. Give us
I should be
one.
okay with just one. Thank you.
And let me get the scissors for you. What
Oh,
color?
in that case, I will
tape-
take another pair. Sorry.
Okay, what color tape do you all use there at GBI?
Well, I use a red tape when I'm opening and then closing the evidence, but if there are other sections that use different colored tapes. Evidence receiving will, if there's such a tear when evidence comes in, they might use I think it's green tape.
Okay, all right. So
Thank
I
you.
want you to look at the bag for me and see if you see Miss Seagrass's initials and GBI markings on that one. And 458 is which item on the description?
This would be the surgical masks.
So would that be 4 of them?
Yes.
4, okay. So let me, tell us if you see Miss Seagrass's initials on that one.
Yes, I do.
Perfect, perfect. So, would this be the item then that she would have sampled for DNA and then sent it off to you for actual DNA testing and typing and comparison?
Yes, so she would have tested it for the biological fluid of saliva in this case, and then sent it to me if anything was positive on any of the swabs.
Perfect, perfect. And she in fact did that?
Yes.
Okay. Looking at the next one, states 456. Go ahead and look at that one and tell me first, what is it? And if you see her initials on that one as well.
It appears to be a bottle, a Minute Maid bottle, but I did not do any testing to this item.
Okay, not that one, right? Okay. While I look for that, go ahead and look at states 457 and tell me if you see her initials on that one and what it is.
This would be the black cloth mask, and I do see Angel's initials on this item.
Perfect. So she would have gotten swabbings from that one as well?
Yes.
Okay.
Huh?
So, was there another bottle that Angel would have gotten swabbings from that you then took and compared it with?
Yes, it was the Nestle water bottle.
The Nestle one, okay. So you got swabbings, 2 buccal swabs, and the blood stain card for Mr. Day, right?
Yes.
Okay, so which one?
7.
Let's start from the top. Which one was the first one that you tested?
The first one that I reported on was item 9, which was the black looped mask.
The sole black mask.
Yes.
Okay. All right. And what was your conclusion with regard to any DNA on that mask?
There were at least 3 individuals in the DNA, and it was excluded from the major profile from that item was excluded from being a match to any of the subjects or the victim.
Okay. So can you just break that down and explain what that means? Excluded from?
So it means that when I was able to separate out the major profile from the mask, and then I did my comparisons to the individuals related to the case, the profile from the mask did not match that of any of the individuals. So the peaks on their graph were not the same as the peaks on my major graph.
When you say major profile, what do you mean?
The major would be the person who donated the most DNA to that item. So the person who possibly either wore it most or most recent.
And you said that the remaining profiles, were you able to get anything of note from those?
I'm sorry, say that one more time.
What about the remaining profiles?
The Other masks, my item 11A or item 24, one of the masks, the major profile, there were at least 2 individuals, and the major profile from that mask did match that of Lawrence Denny.
Okay, so the major profile, you said it was the most DNA matched that of Lawrence Denny, right?
Yes.
Were you able to find anything for the remaining profile, like not the major one?
No, so the remaining profiler, that second individual, it was too low level for me to do any sort of comparisons.
Gotcha. Going to the third mask, 11B, what was your conclusion as it relates to that one?
There were again at least 2 individuals on it, and the major profile matched that of Lawrence Denny.
Were you able to get anything on the remaining profile?
No.
Okay, why not?
Again, it was too low level.
When you say low level, does that mean that it wasn't a lot of DNA there?
Yes, so essentially there was too much of the major. We have essentially a threshold we need to meet of how much DNA is there for us to do a comparison, and there was not enough there of the minor individual for me to do any comparisons.
Going to the 11C, another mask, what was your conclusion with 11C?
Again, at least 2 individuals, and the major profile matched that of Lawrence Denny.
Was there enough DNA to get any results on the remaining profile on that one?
No.
Okay, was it too low of an amount as well?
Yes.
All right, going to item 5, 11B, another mask. What was your conclusion on that one?
There was 1 individual on that mask, and it also matched Lawrence Denny.
So just 1 profile?
Yes.
Now, what's the last item here that you would have tested?
The swabs from the Nestle water bottle.
The Nestle water bottle, okay. And what was your conclusion as to that one?
There was at least 1 individual on that item, but it did not match that of Lawrence Denny or the 2 subjects.
So an exclusion for all 3, Sanders, Pittman, and Denny?
Yes.
As a nationally accredited crime lab, does the GBI have certain policies in place, in particular in your section in biology when it comes to DNA testing?
Yes.
That you all follow?
Yes.
Did the GBI also receive some swabbings from the exteriors and some interior swabbings from some vehicles in this case?
Yes.
Okay. Did you all receive some swabbings from a Cadillac vehicle?
Yes.
From a Kia vehicle?
Yes.
From a Challenger vehicle?
I believe so, yes.
Okay, and what happened regarding those swabbings and testing?
They were not tested.
Okay, can you explain, was that due to a policy there in existence at GBI?
Yes, so it's due to our operational policies at the GBI.
Okay, and can you just kind of explain that for the jurors?
Yes, so when it comes to cases and when we're determining what the best items of evidence to test, typically what we tell agencies is it's best if we have items that have a possible biological fluid as opposed to something that has contact or touch DNA. That would be what the swabs from the vehicles would have been, as contact or touch. They wouldn't have had a biological fluid on them, or they weren't suspected to have a biological fluid on them, I should say. So they weren't tested for one. So when it comes to contact DNA, there are many different factors that can dictate what sort of results we expect to see, especially when it comes to items that could come into contact with a lot of environmental factors, such as being cleaned. How many people could possibly have touched this? How large is the item? Typically, if it comes to contact items, we like to do something that, well, we'll always do weapons for homicides, but then we would also do worn items, because typically a worn item would only come from one individual. So we have a much more likely chance of getting a profile from the individual that they want to know who wore it. But when it comes to things that people just touch all the time or multiple people could touch, they're not as likely to give us a good single source, or it's too complex of a mixture for us to tell you anything about it.
Would speaking on that policy and everything you just said in your expert opinion, would the door handles of vehicles be included in what you just said in terms of it being difficult to get contact DNA?
Yes, especially because an outside door handle would have a lot of environmental factors such as rain and weather.
Okay, and dust,
Yes.
pollen.
Yes.
Everything, okay. What about gear shifts? Would that kind of be included as well?
Yes, it would.
Okay, what about steering wheels?
Yes.
Okay, and those were all the swabbings that you got from these 3 cars, right?
I don't remember seeing specifics of where they were swabbed, and it was just a overall collection, so they might have been within the package, but I didn't see what was written on the boxes inside that.
Okay, but those were the only swabbings from those 3 cars that you saw?
I only saw, yeah, from 3 cars.
Okay, all right. So other than what we just talked about in this report, did you author any other reports? Did you do anything else in this case?
I did not.
Okay. What?
Well, she talked about it.
Did you?
Yeah.
That's all I have for you. Thank you.
Mr. Hoover, I don't know which one of you is going first. You got me kind of nervous now, so.
I'll go first.
All right. Do you have questions for Ms. Jason?
Yes, I do. Thank you.
Your turn.
Good afternoon, Ms. Jason.
Good afternoon.
So, my name's Sean Hoover. I represent Antonio Sanders, and I have some questions for you. You don't work for the Fulton County District Attorney's Office, is that correct?
No, I don't.
Your job is not to arrest people, right?
No,
Your job's not to prosecute people, right?
no.
You're here just solely on the science, correct?
Correct. Just on the DNA analysis.
Gotcha. Law enforcement gives you evidence to test, and then you test that. You have nothing else to do with arresting people, prosecuting people, anything like that?
No.
Okay. So let's start with I believe you said it was number 5, the Nestle water bottle. Somebody's DNA was on there, but it wasn't the 3 individuals that you had, I guess, test samples from. Is that correct?
Yes, it did not match any of the individuals who I got reference samples for.
Okay. So that means the person that was drinking out of that water bottle that was found, you can't say that it was Mr. Sanders at all.
It did not belong to Sanders.
Okay. And you can't say it was Mr. Pittman at all.
It was not Mr. Pittman.
And you can't say that it was Mr. Denny at all.
No, it was not Mr. Denny.
Okay. Now, number 9, the black mask. Again, there was DNA from somebody on that mask. Is that correct?
Yes.
But you can't say Mr. Sanders was wearing that mask, right?
I can say he was not the major. I could make no conclusions to the other 2 individuals on the mask.
So Mr. Pittman, Mr. Sanders, and Ms. Denny, they're not the major on that mask. It wasn't on their face. That's what you're saying.
They were not the major profile on that mask, no.
Gotcha. So when you tested the water bottle and you tested the mask, you didn't destroy them afterwards, did you?
No, we only cut when it comes to swabs, we typically only test half of it. So there should be another half remaining. If I consumed it, that would have been written out in the report.
Okay. So the other half remaining, you could use that to test it, say if you got some new or pieces of evidence later on, correct?
I could retest it if that needed to be done, but
I'm sorry.
it would just have to be requested to be retested.
Gotcha. So if law enforcement swabs me and says, hey, can you test this on the the Nestle water bottle or that black mask, you're still able, you have the capability to do that.
Yes, so because I already have developed profiles from that item, I wouldn't necessarily go back and cut more of the swab. I would still use the data I have and just essentially run your profile and then do a comparison.
It's convenient. Okay. So your report was on December 15, 2022.
Yes.
And by then you were only, like you said, received those 3 individuals, Mr. Denny, Mr. Pittman, and Mr. Sanders.
Yes.
All right. So after this report was generated, did you ever receive, I guess, a swabbing sample from someone by the name of Corey Perkins?
Not that I'm aware of.
After December 15, 2022, did you ever receive a sample from somebody by the name of Jaquez Horn?
Again, not that I'm aware of.
After December 15, 2022, did you ever receive a sample by someone named Jaden Chapman?
Not that I'm aware of.
After December 15, 2022, did you ever receive a sample from someone named Kentavious Campbell?
Not that I'm aware of.
After December 15, 2022, did you ever receive a sample by someone from the name of Quintavious Stevens?
Not that I'm aware of.
After December 15, 2022, did you ever receive a sample from somebody by the name of Markel Higgins?
Not that I'm aware of.
How
After
about this? Did you get requests for anyone else?
No.
Okay. So there may be many more names on there, but she didn't get requests for any names.
So once, actually, no further questions. Thank you.
You're welcome. Mr. Brown?
I have no questions.
Any redirect, Ms. Olivier?
Just one, Judge. So, Ms. Jason, Mr. Hoover said, so you can't say that my client's DNA or Mr. Pittman's DNA wasn't on the mask, and you testified he wasn't the major profile, and then you started explaining something after
Objection to the
that.
leading question.
She's overruled. She's framing the question. She hadn't even finished the question, so hard to know where it's going other than that she is helping the witness understand what she's asking about.
But it's hard to figure that the answer would be anything other than yes or no. That's the basic ingredient of a leading question.
Okay, well, how about you finish your question? It got interrupted, and if I find it leading, I'll ask you to rephrase it.
You began to explain when Mr. Hoover asked, my client's DNA wasn't on that mask. You remember that?
Yes.
And you said he wasn't the major profile, and then you began explaining something. Can you finish that?
Yes. So
Not leading, by the way.
Thank you, Judge.
Okay.
like I said, I excluded him as the major profile, but I could not do any comparisons to the two minor individuals left on the mass because there was not enough DNA essentially for me to separate it out and then do a comparison to them. So I have no idea who the minor profiles on that mask belong to.
Does that mean then that it's possible that they could have been one of the other subjects?
It's possible if they wore the mask.
That's all I have, Judge.
Okay. Any recross?
Yes, so that means it's possible it could have been me or any of the jurors on that mask too. You have no idea.
I have no idea.
No further questions.
I bet it wasn't one of the jurors, just in case you're wondering. But don't go anywhere yet. Up, you're not finished. Do any jurors have questions for Ms. Jason? Yeah, in fact, right around, yeah, you can't see it, but you get up, just go right around the witness box. Sure. While they're doing this, do you have another, I can stay a little bit later. Do you have any more witnesses or no more witnesses?
I don't think we had any that,
Short ones.
I don't think we had any short ones like for today.
Okay, well, then we couldn't start one, but you have another witness available?
I don't know.
I'll see who's out there.
Why don't you see?
Okay.
Given this, we may not, but we'll see. Just see if someone can stick around for a little bit. Yeah, you there. Come on in and testify. You ever been in a Kia? Nope, I've been to Goodwill.
We have one who we could probably do. We could probably start her.
Okay, well, let's get through this. But then as long as you all are able to stay past 4, I know I had said 4, we can maybe fit in a little bit more, but we'll see. Let's get through this first and we'll take everyone's poll. Council, please. Yes. Needs tissue. All right, it's Jason. Do you know from your notes or your recollection if any firearms were submitted to you or your colleagues for DNA testing?
I don't recall if there was a firearm or swabbings from a firearm. I do know that there were cartridges, or I don't want to say it was the bullet, that were submitted, but we don't do that sort of testing, or we don't do testing on those items. We would only do it specifically on like the handle or the trigger of a firearm. And I don't remember those being submitted.
Okay. Swabbings from, or the gun where you would develop the swabbings from the grip or the trigger?
Yes.
You don't believe that occurred in this case?
Not that I recall.
Okay. There was a hoodie or maybe more than one, so an article of clothing that was seized in this case. Do you know if swabbings were taken from any articles of clothing, or did you all work with any articles of clothing to try to extract and then identify DNA?
I don't remember seeing any articles of clothing. Otherwise, we most likely would have tried to test those.
Okay. You've referred to minor and major results from work that you do. Depending on whether they're in exactly the same place or not, could the minor actually just be some of the major, but there's just not enough of it to link it? Or when you identify a minor, you're able to say that's not the major, it's not a little piece of the major, if that makes sense?
It does make sense. So the best way that I can explain that is you can share a variation of DNA with another individual, meaning at one location, I could be what we would identify as an 8 allele, and so could any of you. So essentially, if we saw a mixture then of my DNA and your DNA, we could see that there's only maybe one peak that's an 8, or we could see if I'm an 8 and a 10, so we see a really high 8 and maybe a not as high 10. It could identified to me that, we share that 8 and I'm there and you're there, but that's not something that I can always pull out. And especially in a 3-person mixture, especially, we can maybe do it with a 2, but with a 3, we're really only looking to see if there's a major profile that we can pull out, because the more people, the more complex and the harder it is to separate out, because people do share a variation of DNA at locations.
So when you're declaring things to be major versus minor, you've made the threshold determination that those are 3 different DNAs.
Yes.
In other words, well, keep going.
Oh, I'm sorry. So we do a series of mathematics in order to, it's not just me visually looking at it and pulling out the tallest peaks and saying, well, because they're the tallest, they must belong to the person who donated the most DNA. Even though visually that's generally what we say, we do back it up with mathematics, such as looking at the ratio of the peaks, because someone could have 2 different variations at one location, which means you got 1 variation from your mom and 1 variation from your dad, so you would have 2 peaks. So we say, well, we know that they're more likely to go together if they're this percentage close. In our case, it's 30%. So anything less than that, they're probably not a pair together, or we can't pair them together to say that they definitely go together. We also we do look at the height of the peak to say, we have a point where if it's a certain height, we say we know all the information is there. We look at that while pulling out the major person and those 3-person mixtures to say, I know that came from the major individual at least. And we also look at just the ratio of the overall, this much DNA at this allele was, or at this variation of the DNA was donated out of all of it. So essentially a mean of it. And we use all of that to pull it out and say, these are the alleles that I can say, or these are the variations of DNA that I can say came from the major individual. Does that make sense?
Well, they're the ones who need to understand,
Great.
but
Yeah.
they didn't pass out, so I'm going to assume it made sense. Is there a way to tell from any of the profiles you were looking at on the exhibits that you examined if they were male versus female?
Yes, I can tell if they're male versus female.
Okay. And so for the minor ones, even though you couldn't develop a match, if you're able to tell that a minor was a female, wouldn't that be a way to say, I can't tell you exactly who it is, but I know it's not Mr. Pittman or Mr. Sanders or Mr. Denny, because they're all Misters, and this little strip is I know at least it's a female.
Yes, so it's harder to tell the sex of the minor individual when determining if it was a female. And that's because females have 2 X's and males have an X and a Y. So we do look at specific locations to say, is there an X allele? Is there a Y allele? And since both males and females have an X, the X tends to always be very large. So we can really only tell if it's a minor male sometimes, and that's because the Y will be so incredibly small that that peak is about the same height as all the other minor peaks, that I can say the minor's most likely male. I can't remember off the top of my head, but I can look back at my notes to see the sex of for the profiles that I got. But so it's harder to tell if a minor is a female for that reason than whether or not it's a male.
But if we assume from my question that the samples you got of known individuals were all males, then that doesn't help you. If you got a sample from a female, you might be able to say, sample being a known sample, I can tell the minor isn't this person because this person is a she, and I can see the X's in the minors.
Yes, so I would be able to see that we only look at, it's only 1 X. So it's so it's not necessarily 2. That's the only reason I say we can't really tell if it's a female versus
the Y, I guess, is what.
Yeah, so the Y, I would be able to tell, oh, there's a small peak at the Y location, which would tell me that there's a male there, but I might not be able to pull his profile out.
Okay, understood. How long lasting are these samples? In other words, is there degradation? Because the question is, gosh, you did your work in December of 2022, but these items that you were testing were seized in 2020, 2 years have passed. Why is there any DNA left at all?
So DNA can degrade over time, but as long as it's properly packaged and collected, I should say collected and then packaged, it can last for a long time in the sense that it's not going to degrade so fast. Now, if it's a billion years or so, yeah, it's probably going to degrade and I'm not going to get the same results that I did in a billion years. But just those few years isn't going to make so much of a difference as long as the evidence was collected at the time rather than maybe 2 years later and then I test it. Those environmental factors, like I mentioned earlier, could come in and yes, the DNA would be degraded and I would most likely not get a great profile.
Got it. Ms. Olivier, do you have questions for Ms. Jason based on anything she and I just talked about?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Hoover?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Brown? All right. Thank you, ma'am, for your time.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. So does it make sense to do 15 minutes of the next witness, or we have something we have to talk about anyway? So should we release the jurors? State says release the jurors. Mr. Hoover, double thumbs up. Mr. Brown wants them to stay.
No.
Kidding. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we will see you all don't leave yet, on Friday. That would be tomorrow. And we will continue on with the state's case. At the end of business yesterday, I looked Mr. Hiles in the eye and said, "Are you on track?" He said, "Yes, we're on track." So the state may not rest tomorrow, but that wasn't the forecast. That would mean they might spill into early next week. Then we'd see if the defense is presenting any evidence. They're not required to present any evidence at all. Then the defense will rest. The lawyers will give their closing arguments. I'll give you the charge and we'll go from there. But tomorrow will be a full day. Again, tonight, do what you've done the last few nights, I'm sure, which is don't talk about this case with anyone, do other things, no outside research, and we'll see you all at what time tomorrow? 9 o'clock. Everything going well in the jury room, supply-wise? Good. Keep us posted. You're draining us of some of our snacks, but we'll get more. There are always more. Thank you for your time and your attention, and we'll see you all at 9 tomorrow morning.
All right, so jurors.
All right, everyone, please be seated. Mr. Brown, you said maybe I have a motion. I might have a motion. It was tentative, but you've preserved it. I want to be very clear. Before witness Cisse left the stand, you said motion, and I asked you if we could delay the discussion of it until now. But it was timely made, if it's what I think it's about. Either way, it's timely made. If it relates to Ms. Cisse's testimony, evidence presented during that time, and then you very graciously agreed to talk about it later. But for the record, your motion was clearly made and preserved as of the time of Ms. Cisse's testimony. And that motion is?
To exclude the testimony and the video. The purpose, the state's purpose for introducing it was to somehow link it to gang activity on the part of either Mr. Pittman or Mr. Sanders, and none of that came from the witness stand. None of that came from the video. In fact, I can't see how the video was factually related to this case at all, and there was no indication of proof of gang activity. Criminal activity, yes, but not gang activity.
Right, pretty graphic criminal activity. They popped that window right out.
Yeah, they got some mad skills. But
if only they were used for good.
That's true, yes. But the state failed to prove where that evidence is of any value at all to this case. So I asked that it be excluded, testimony, video, and that the jury be instructed to totally disregard.
Okay. Mr. Hoover, anything you want to add to that? Are you joining in that motion, or that's a Pittman Brown motion?
Oh, no, I'll definitely join the motion.
Okay.
I agree with everything you said.
Okay, that was easy. Mr. Hiles, I'm assuming you're tying this up in some other way?
Yes.
Or that was it?
No, absolutely not. No, I have a officer who's going to be testifying as to the identity of the individuals, how she identified them, and their membership in specific street gangs.
Okay, so I think it's well argued at this point. I assumed there would be more because otherwise it does need to be stricken from the record, and I tell the jurors to disregard. Ms. Cisse was very pleasant, but it doesn't connect to anything other than the fact that the video says Sanders and some other guy's name entering auto. That's what I thought your motion was about, but I thought that would come from Mr. Hoover because the way they labeled the video, it says Sanders and someone. So if we play it again, don't have it say Sanders, McBurney, Hiles, Olivier, but don't have the defendant's name on it. But it didn't say Pittman. I want to be clear. It was Sanders and a name I wasn't familiar with. But that wasn't your motion. What I'm going to do is defer ruling on your motion and give the state a chance to tie it up. Evidence has been difficult for the state to present evidence in a linear fashion, not through any shortcoming of the district attorney's office, but because of scheduling. So if the state rests and we don't hear anything more about Ms. Cisse entering autos in, I don't remember what city she said, South Fulton, anything more about that, then it's all that bit is coming out. That video won't be part of the evidence that goes back with the jury, and they'll be instructed to disregard what they remember about Ms. Cisse's testimony.
That's fine, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Did you have anything else before we break for the day?
I do not, Your Honor.
Okay. Mr. Hoover, do you have anything?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Mr. Hiles, first, thank you, you and Ms. Olivier for now starting to share photos in advance. We shaved some serious time off because the defense attorneys knew exactly what you're going to be sharing with the witness, so you could go straight to the witness. Good. Jurors say thank you through me. And we've dealt with the motion. I'm deferring on that. Put a box around it. You have witnesses for all day tomorrow. We don't have to end early tomorrow.
Yes, we should. And
Ooh, what's the should part?
I guess we will have witnesses for all day tomorrow.
We shall.
We shall.
Okay.
We shall. My only concern is if we're coming up to our last witness, which I don't think we will, I can make it be Bilson. It's either going to be my gang expert or the FBI expert, but I would toggle their order if.
Just have them both here.
Well, if there's only, yeah, okay.
Well, I mean, I don't know how you're going to toggle if they're not both here.
Well, no, sorry.
What won't work well is if at 3 o'clock you say, I think I need Filson, but I had the other guy here, so let me call Filson and get him down here. That's all I meant.
No. So yes, no. Bilson's coming from Columbus, and if it's looking like there's going to be, we're not going to get like to the end of the day. I don't want to bring him from Columbus to testify for direct
and not finish.
Not finish.
Got it.
That's my
Okay,
concern.
I hear you. So you manage that in a way that is respectful of his geographical situation. Either you put him on plenty early tomorrow to make it work, or you can have him on Monday, but please don't structure it so that we stop at 3:30 because all that's left is Filson and you didn't get him up here. That's my direction to you. Whatever order you want, but I want you bumping up against 5 unless there's some miracle and you decide we're resting. Rest anytime you want tomorrow. But if you're not resting tomorrow, then it is your burden, unfortunately, to make sure we fill the day. Let me make sure there are no funky breaks that I've forgotten about. Alas, all I have is criminal trial for tomorrow. So we'll break for lunch, but that'll be flexible based on the flow of evidence.
Okay.
Okay.
I do have 2 requests for tomorrow.
Let me respond to one of your requests from before, if it's not one of these 2. For Manson, and if you can articulate other than I'd rather not have my face on the screen, which is true for everyone who comes up here. For Manson, it'll still be a live feed, but I'll just pick a different camera. Okay.
And then I have one other witness who has been the victim of multiple of gang violence on multiple occasions.
Is this related to some of the 418?
It is.
Yeah, definitely on that one too.
Okay, that was the 2 requests.
Those are the 2? Okay. Are they both tomorrow?
I think so. I mean, I'm trying to get as many people in as I can tomorrow.
Okay. And is that other person in custody or not in custody?
No, he's not in custody. He was actually wrongfully in custody.
Well, we don't need to get into that here. Maybe you will during your questioning. I'll get to you, don't worry. What were the other things you wanted to?
That's it.
Those, okay. All right, so those two, and I'll figure out which camera. Mr. Hoover.
I understand the victim in the 418 not being shown, but I still don't understand the rationale of why Officer Manson can't be.
My understanding is, and you should talk with Mr. Hiles, I don't want to get into it on the record too much, but there are investigative reasons why. So why don't you huddle up and then we can talk about it tomorrow morning. I'm not making a definitive ruling. So we'll sort that out. But again, I'm not saying that the person will have a mask in front of him or her. It would just be the YouTube feed. Is it what it is for every other witness, which is that camera right there, or would we push it to my default, what you see right now, it's called the jury camera. It doesn't actually show the jury, but it's the view from the jury. And I am trying to toggle to that when they're coming and going. And I don't have any problem having the witness walk by that. You quickly see the witness walk by. I just wouldn't have that camera on. I think it's my call in the end, but I want it to not seem to folks that we're doing something funky just to be nice to someone. And I agree with you as to why the alleged victim ought to be handled differently. And I was on the fence with, but I want you all to talk off the record because Mr. Hiles been able to say, here are 3 reasons, like, ooh, I get that. I just don't think that needs to be I shouldn't be on the record. Okay?
Thank you, Judge.
You bet. Anything else from the state?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Well, thank you, everyone. Enjoy the extra 42 minutes you get today. You can use that to get us an exhibit list that doesn't look like this. Thanks. Mr. Bate, I always get nervous when you come in here.